What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison!
Definitely two legs completed now.
Double four he finds to take the match.
To wrap up a third victory in a row on tops.
That's really good dance there from Kev.
And that's the reason he does go that route. Super darts from a super player.
Of this group, one dart at tops for 76, and he has been so good today. So we're into the serious business here at the Seniors Showdown. 2 double session days will determine who is going to join Richard Rowlands through on Saturday evening. Welcome along to all of the action. We are here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth this afternoon, and we've got every single dart covered for you across Pluto TV. Hello, very good afternoon. Welcome to the action here on what is a very cold day here on the South Coast. So why not warm yourself up by seeing some legends of the sport in action? We've got Terry Jenkins, a 9-time major finalist. We've got Kevin Painter, the former Players Champion in action. And on the subject of Players Champions, it's a Happy New Year to Paul Nicholson. Great to see you once again. And you know what? It's a nice little nostalgic look down memory lane this afternoon.
I think that's the nice thing about it, isn't it? Around about 2010, 2011, you had all of these guys hunting for titles in places like Crawley and Wigan and Swindon. And walking into that practice room this morning just to say hello to some old friends, it was very nostalgic, and we don't mind a bit of that.
And in case you're wondering why Paul Nicholson's not on the hockey, he's just under the age bracket. We'll give it a couple more years. Right, let's get into the action so far this week. Group A came to a close yesterday afternoon, and it was Richard Rowlands who picked up the W. And look, we know how good Richard is. He's someone that for whom darts is a hobby that has become very profitable over the last couple of years.
Yeah, we know more about Richard because of World Seniors. And I think now he needs to find out what he wants to do with the sport. But there's no denying the fact that he's a very good dart player, and he won this group, which was very tight. If you're beating someone like Steve West and someone like Neil Duff into, a very tight group situation like it is, you're doing something right. And looking at his numbers from the first 3 days, 20 180s as well. He's not noted as a great 180 hitter, but he was this week, and it got him enough chances to get 18 points.
Right, couple of bits of housekeeping as far as this Group A is concerned. It was a 7-player group in the end. Richie Housen withdrew on Tuesday, so Johnny Haynes came in on Wednesday, why he played 5 games, but because he did so well, he actually finished 5th in a 7-player group. So Richard Rowlands won Group A in the end. Group B is what we're going to watch tonight. Trina Gulliver, Paul Hogan and Simon Whitlock are going to enter the action alongside Steve West and Neil Duff, who dropped out of Group A. Whilst this afternoon, Michael Huntley, Johnny Haynes and Robert Thornton dropped down alongside Kevin Painter, Martin Turner and Terry Jenkins. And how good is it to see Terry Jenkins back on a big stage like this? Somebody I know that was rather influential during your career.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to go around the world with Terry, went to North America with him, went to Australasia and the Middle East, and domestically everywhere. But Terry is just one of those guys that you remember as the eternal bridesmaid of the PDC because he never won a major title. But don't let that fool you into the fact that he's not a great dart player. He definitely is. He's got more than 10 PDC titles. And if you're making UK Open finals, European finals, and all sorts of other things, you've obviously got some greatness about you. As to what he can do at the age of 62, we're about to find out over the next couple of days. But never underestimate Terry.
Well, Terry Jenkins by trade is an antiques dealer. But let's have a look at some bargains, shall we, in terms of the odds with the bookies. Is there any Bobby Dazzlers that stand out here for you, Nico?
There's a couple that I like the look of here. I like Steve West at 92 because he won double trouble in this building. He'd like to go back-to-back in specials weeks. And Johnny Haynes, of course, coming in fresh, only played the 1 day prior to Group C, so he will be very well versed in this challenge, and making the final of the ADC Global Championship recently has got him in good form.
And just quickly as well, when you add in the fact that we spoke a lot when it was the World Seniors, that players that have played a lot that are currently still active in game mode, it kind of gives them an advantage. Is that something that Johnny Haynes has over the field here?
Yeah, I think he probably has. Kevin Painter went to Q School, but only played a couple of days and didn't necessarily play brilliantly. So I don't know what we're going to get from Kevin, but Johnny, we knew that he was in good form going into the ADC Global Championship, and making the final will make him feel very good about his chances of succeeding this week.
Nico, thank you. 18 plus, it is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon. Right, our first game is a meeting between Kevin Painter and Robert Thornton. Painter's already played this week. He was at Q School in Milton Keynes on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. He made the trip from MK to Portsmouth overnight. And first thing this morning, he had a chat with himself. Kevin, great to see you again here at the Senior Showdown. Looking forward to the next couple of days?
I am, yeah. As I spoke to you earlier, a few weeks back, it's all about getting time on the board for me now. Just get myself back throwing again properly,
How did you find Double Trouble?
I quite enjoyed it, I thought I'd done all right. I didn't quite get the results that I thought I deserved, but, that's darts. And, I enjoyed it. But obviously I didn't get the results I wanted.
Obviously, we've seen you in action already this week at Q School. What will be your overall assessment of those couple of days?
Yeah, no, that didn't go too well. I only went down there to, get the arm ticking over. I knew I was coming down here, and for me, it was just so that I can get some more practice on the Challenge Tour. So I had no intentions of anything other than going for a couple of days practice,
In terms of this week, have you set any goals, or is it just trying to tick over on the board?
Well, I want to do better than I've done over the last two times I've been down here. I feel okay, Obviously, the lads out here have been here all week, or some of them have, and they're good players, so which you expect to see anyway. But I just want to play well, and see how the results go.
I know you were very popular on the seniors circuit with the World Seniors Championship was about. So is it nice to rekindle some old flames with a couple of people in there? Yeah,
I'm just trying to work out who's the oldest in there. I'm not. I've got a feeling I probably am. But it's always good. The room's always good, and it's a lot of fun with the older lads in there.
Yeah, they might be one of the youngest in the room for a change.
No, I don't know. Hainesy might be a bit older than me, but other than that, I don't know.
Right, wish you all the best. Kevin, good luck out there.
Thanks very much, Henry.
And so the artist gets his campaign for 2026 here with the live lounge in Portsmouth underway against a very familiar foe in Robert Thornton, because these two jousted it out the last time that they played it, the end of 2025. That was in the Double Trouble week. And in the meetings over the course of 5 days, it was Kevin Painter that won out 3-2 in those particular head-to-heads. The artist, wearing his Eric Bristow Crafty Cockney shirt today, now throwing over 23-gram target Josh Rockdart, 58 years of age from rugby, twice a weekly runner-up. Robert Thornton, well, we know exactly what we're going to get from the 58-year-old from Saltcoats, a former winner at Double Trouble 2. And fair to say, it was a little bit up and down. The scoring was very much on point for Thornton in Group 8. 13 180s over the course of 15 games, but it was the doubling that let him down. 33 hits from 122 attempts. 27% is finishing in Group A. Paul Hinks has officiated 4 World Championship finals in an illustrious career. He calls forward Kevin Painter to throw the first dart of this Thursday afternoon session. And it's a very good afternoon from one player's champion on the stage to another player's champion in the commentary box. Hello, Nico.
Hello indeed. And welcome to some nostalgic darts over the next 12 and a half hours or so, with a bit of a break in between, live on Pluto TV. But it's nice to see Kevin wearing 55. This shirt. He likes to wear it at least once a week, and it does bring back memories, doesn't it? Seeing the red and the flag on the back and the copper in the middle of the logo. It's iconic. I suppose on some level, all of these players have got a little bit of that tag, haven't they? Kevin is an icon of Essex, but has lived 45. Predominantly in the Midlands over the last 20 to 25 years.
did have a little bit of a
95.
quip with Kevin this morning, because he's the first Ipswich supporter to actually play in Portsmouth this week, following the postponement of their football
85.
fixture at the weekend.
Yes, fortunately, darts is not played on grass. It's played on carpet.
140.
Even though there is a storm due over the entire country in the next 24 hours, these guys will be playing in a very comfortable practice room and as good a knocky as they could
23.
wish
Got
for
70.
on any Thursday. As Thornton goes for the first shot of the day, he's going for his trusty tops.
30.
Just high off the mark, but Painter unable to really trouble the scorers. And so Thornton here in a very good position to get a
100.
opening
Got
break.
40.
What a marker that is.
Game shot
Turned
the
out to be
first
good
leg,
in the
Robert
end.
Thornton.
Albeit with a dart on the floor. These guys actually
Second leg,
first
Robert
played
is
each other
through
back in
first.
2008.
Game on.
I think we're going to be looking at some quite extensive head-to-head records with some fixtures over the next couple of days.
100.
Maybe not so much with Richard Rowlands, because he came to prominence post-2020. But these guys, they were winning titles in the PDC
100.
from the mid-noughties all the way through to around about 2020.
And look, you've played against both of these players. What would you
123.
describe as their key traits, and what was the toughest thing about playing each other?
The toughest thing about playing Kevin
45.
was trying to crack his confidence. Because even if you're in better form than him, he will still believe he's going to beat you. With Robert, it was always about
58.
tenacity. I've played both of these guys at the World Championship at Ali Pali. Kevin gave me a bit of a tousling, 4-0. And that day, I just couldn't crack his confidence.
45.
And then Robert, he beat me 4-3, 6-5 in the final set. In arguably the toughest game I've ever played. But then again,
45.
I've said on many occasions, I wouldn't have the career that I have if it wasn't for Robert. Because every single player needs that one person that they follow their
49.
entire career. And that guy for me was Robert.
And he's one of those people, when you speak to fellow pros, he's just so well respected, isn't he, amongst
99.
his peers?
Yes, he is. He's also very underrated in his career. It's wild to say that as a two-time major champion in the PDC. But there are people now
52.
who are just getting
Robert
into the sport who've got
76.
no idea how good Robert was.
Well, he's showing glimpses early on here, and he's going to get the dart at tops to go 2 up.
56.
And even with that miss low, he's still got 3 more in hand, because Painter, again, unable to really make any hay in terms of the scoring state. He's had 2 one-treble turns in this game, and that's pretty much it.
60. Robert
Thornton,
20.
by contrast, has had 6 so far in this contest.
He's going to split this, which is a wise move.
Getting shot on the second leg. Robert
Turns out to be a
Thornton.
brilliant plan. There
Third
was a
leg, Kevin, you
time.
through first. Game on.
If someone was sat on tops with 3 darts in hand and his name was Robert Thornton, you just turn away and start the next leg.
60.
There are people who would go as far to say that Robert is the best double top hitter they have seen in the history of the sport. We're talking about the last 50, 60 years.
97.
Because at one point he was.
Well, that World Grand Prix win back in 2015, Nigel Pearson coined the phrase that tops was on a string for him. And that was when he was 100-1 outside shot to win the
45.
tournament. And he beat Michael van Gerwen, who at that point was probably at the peak of his powers in the final.
It's a fair statement.
100.
Robert is a man of inspiration. You give him something to chew on, and he's like a dog with a bone.
140.
That's better from Kevin. You don't necessarily have to get out of the blocks in game 1. Even if you lose your first match, you've got to start
40.
figuring something out as the game gets older.
And figuring something out is what Robert Thornton will want to do in this group. He's always very honest in terms of his appraisal of how things have gone. And so far this week, I don't think he'll be too happy with the way performances have laid. An average of 77.09 over the course of his 15 Group A games. As we mentioned in the introduction, just 27% on his finishing. Couple of ton plus checkouts. 13-1-8. So the scoring's been okay. But his highest average, 89.8, was not breached above the 90 average yet. But Painter looking to get on the ball with what would be the day's first ton plus finish. The top's just too high for the 116.
24.
No big trouble means no bullseye finish.
Kevin the car 40.
Kevin's always been a double 16 kind of guy in his career. But there's always going to be times where you can't get away from tops. Kevin does not have the luxury of splitting.
35. Robert, your car 83.
But he does split all three doubles, giving Robert another chance of getting to the bull, which he doesn't need now.
Awkward.
51.
And you could see exactly why. That was on target, barring a deflection of the barrel of dart 2 there. And so Painter returning for 2 more at double 2 to get himself on the board.
Game shot on the third.
And eventually he is. Painter's off the mark. Did play at Q School early on this week in Milton Keynes, as we alluded to in the introduction to this game. Didn't quite work out for him. He mentioned that in his interview. Didn't play anywhere near what he knows he's capable of. In fact, he was running at an average of around about 73 over the course of the 3 days. Didn't pick up a win during his Q School campaign. But what it does give Kevin is, if he so wants to, the opportunity to play on the PDC Challenge Tour in 2026. So as Robert himself made a conscious decision of not playing at Q School by playing here for the whole week. So he's decided to pitch his tent on the ADC Championship Tour, which gets underway next month in Aylesbury, and then dabble in a bit of Super Series action. The Challenge Tour is not on the radar for the Fawn in 2026.
Nice to have the option, isn't it? In years gone by,
60.
if you didn't go to Q School, people were saying, are you retiring then? Because there wasn't really another option apart from the WDF.
80.
But even when Kevin was at Q School, he was running into an old pal in Wayne Jones. Won the first leg against Wayne, but then lost the next 6.
Playing some tidy stuff is the Wanderer. Stage 2 getting underway today. We'll see 2 players from the UK, 2 players from Europe pick up tour cards. And as you'd expect, numbers Super Series regulars in action. In fact, a couple of members of our team that are going to be playing today. But Thornton, looking for a 3-1 lead, was looking for the double-double off the cards now. And so Painter to level up, looking at 140.
Well, when you're seeing Robert Thornton go for treble 19 on 133, I think the penny's dropped in the darting world that that is the right way to go. It's only taken about 2 years to educate everybody. Just take someone who is really adept at finishing to do it famously for everybody to click on.
Getting shown the 4th flag.
Back to the norm for Thornton. 16 darter and a 3-1 lead.
As mentioned, a couple of members of our team will be playing over the next few days for a tour card. One of them is our friend and colleague in the commentary box, Scott Mitchell. Easy opening game, Jack Tweddle, the newly crowned global champion.
81.
And we do, of course, today have the person who Jack beat in the final in this group, in Johnny Haynes.
60.
And of course, a member of our team, part of our spotting department, Jared Cole, who's actually up and running with a 6-1 win over Ted Evans. In fact, his older brother Rex qualified for Stage 2 of this year's Q School.
121.
This might be Painter versus Thornton, but I'm getting old school vibes in this game. That shirt up against a
60.
Scot. And it makes you think about Eric versus Jockey. If you weren't alive when they were dueling,
140.
oh, you missed out. There were some great times. The 1980s, you would stick the telly on in the middle of a Saturday afternoon And he'd say Eric versus Jockey in an international match or
43.
in a world championship, something like they were the days.
World of Sport, Dickie Davis.
There were some great broadcasters back then.
140.
And everybody loved darts. But based on what we've got as far as popularity in this sport is right now, it's hotter than ever.
And Robert Thornton's just been a little bit too hot
40.
for Kevin Painter to handle. Tops of the match, and for
He's shown
4-1
the
win
match,
to
Robert
kick
Thornton.
off the day. And it's a 13-darter for Thornton to get himself up and running. A 4-1 victory over the Artists, and the two-time World Seniors champion up and running in Group C of the Seniors Showdown. That's the tail of the tape. Coming up after the break, we're going to be watching Martin Turner take on Johnny Haynes. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're kicking off 2026 here in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth with the Seniors Showdown. And before the break, our opening match in Group C saw Robert Thornton get the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1. Match 2 sees Martin Turner, the 56-year-old from York, playing with a 23-gram Cam Crabtree dart. Twice a runner-up here at the Live Lounge in the past, up against the 61-year-old Johnny Haynes from Swindon, former weekly winner here in the past. Of course, the runner-up at the ADC Global Championship just a couple of days ago. I'm in the company of the 2010 Players' Championship Finals winner Paul Nicholson over the course of the next 3 days here on Pluto TV to see how the senior showdown is going to culminate. Johnny Haynes came in as a late replacement yesterday for Richie Housen, who had to withdraw for personal reasons. We wish Richie all the very best. And Johnny, well, he kind of carried on in the same vein that he left off yesterday. On Sunday, shall I say, when he made it through to the final of the Global Championship.
There's one thing I love about Johnny Haynes. He's so
59.
himself. In this sport, we've got a lot of people who would like to be a little bit like somebody else. Johnny Haynes wants to be Johnny.
28.
Combat pants, big fan of that. Darts that look about as old as Henry Deacon, big fan of that.
60.
Look at that. Who else in darts can rock a pair of combats? That is a little touch of class in my view.
That is a man that is towing the dress code line rather thinly.
You'd never know when you'll need a pocket or two.
Okay, Fagan.
Not against
45.
the rules.
As for Martin Turner, looking to become the second player to have better success with Cam Crabtree's darts other than Cam
85.
Crabtree after David Munier's exploits at the World Championship.
Yeah, he made a bit of a splash, didn't he, pre-Christmas? I mean, who else can say that they got their ambassador to come and watch them play darts at the World
140.
Championship?
I was actually sat in the commentary box with Devon Peterson when he beat Mike DeDecker. And I'll be honest, I was surprised that I didn't have bruises because he kept
85.
tapping me and saying, look at this, look at this. I thought he was going to strangle me when he won.
139.
Johnny might have a stranglehold
102.
on this first leg. That's if Turner doesn't take out 82 more, which he might.
Getting shot on the
that's
first leg, Martin
beautiful.
Turner.
That treble 14. What a shot that was. Don't
Second
get
leg,
carried
Johnny
away with the
Dethune
tops.
first.
The treble
Game on.
14 was the best start of those three.
And that really is a key facet to the Martin Turner game. Whereas for Johnny Haynes, he is one of the biggest power scorers we have here. It's going to be one of those contests, isn't it? What meets in the middle more? Is it Johnny Haynes' power scoring or
81.
Martin Turner's proficient finishing?
Well, that's the first max of the day from Johnny Haynes.
96.
You would expect him to be somewhere average-wise for the day around 88 to 93 because he's in that kind of form. When he was
45.
playing stage 1 of the ADC Global Championship, it was much better than that. It was more like mid-90s.
Am I fair in saying, in terms of current form, Johnny Haynes is
45.
head and shoulders above the rest of this particular field?
As in everybody this week?
As in for this particular group?
Oh, in this group, he's the best.
139.
But then, if you're talking about the rest of the field, obviously you've got to put Richard Rowlands up there. Played some nice darts the last couple of days.
140.
But Steve West's been in some proper good nick over Christmas and New Year.
Well, good nick here for Johnny
60.
Haynes. Tops
Johnny
after
O'Carroll,
12
40.
to level up at 1 apiece. Averaging just over a ton early on in proceedings here.
Getting shot on the
And
second
the
leg, Johnny
13
Haynes.
darter will get the man from Swindon back on turns. Now, he lost the Global Championship final to his fellow Swindonian Jack Tweddle. However, in his post-match interview, he is still insistent, despite losing the ADC Global final
57.
to Jack, he is still Swindon's number one.
That actually means something.
97.
You go around the country to various cities and areas. People want to be the number one from their local town.
121.
It means something to them. And Johnny firmly believes he's the best in Swindon. And based on the way he's scoring in this contest, who's going to argue with him?
I think Johnny Haynes would care more about being Swindon's number one than the world number one.
96.
Probably more likely to be Swindon's number one, based on who we've got at world number one at the minute, on £2.7 million.
60.
Haynes is playing beautifully in this game. One dart to double, one hit. couple of maximums.
125.
Well, having said that,
Johnny O'Carr,
he could be
164.
behind because Turner's left himself 102 again.
And he's going to get a look at the 102 is Martin to go
84.
2-1 to the good.
Martin
And
O'Carr,
despite everything
102.
that Johnny Haynes is doing in the scoring stakes, Martin Turner will know that he's got the advantage of throw. All he has to do is turn it on for 4 legs in this game when he has the darts. He couldn't do it again, could he?
70.
And he almost
Johnny
did it a
O'Carr,
different
80.
way.
Great dart, double 10.
Getting shown the third leg.
That's
Johnny
why
Haynes.
he's in good form. He is super sharp.
Fourth leg,
which
Johnny
is
to through first.
Not what we
Game
can say
on.
about his tungsten. It's almost so antiquated that Terry Jenkins wants to buy them and resell them.
Well,
100.
27 dart kill for 2 legs for Johnny Haynes. 13 followed by 14. 2-1 in front. 103 average. Martin Turner did have a dart
100.
at double 16 off the back of the 102 to keep hold of his throw, but a miss for him. Saw Haynes take advantage. 2 from 2 in that particular department for the
85.
punk.
I'm not 100% certain how much longer he can throw these darts. Because the more they're eroded with the use of
140.
chalk and the bumps they take in the board, there's going to be a point where that dart, one of them, is going to get damaged.
100.
When that point is, we don't know. But I can tell you, they did not look like that when he first had them made.
60.
They've lost at least 5 grams. And if you look at the stem joint, between the black bottom of the stem
60.
and the barrel, that's extremely tight. There's going to be a point where that part of the dart will be so eroded, he won't be able to get the stems in there
140.
anymore.
Johnny O'Carr, 156.
Well, he did have a moment on Sunday where Jack Twiddle had to put the flight back in after one popped off during that £60,000 match. But credit to Martin Turner
81.
here. Johnny
Matthew
Haynes
O'Carr,
is
61.
firing the heavy artillery at him, but he's in a position here to level up and break back. If he can find 61, he's going to get a dart at double
37.
12, just higher the
Johnny
mark.
O'Carr, 75.
May just be 1 here for Haynes to go 3-1 to the good.
Hasn't missed a dart at double.
Game
still
shown the
hasn't.
fourth leg, Johnny Haynes.
We said he was a power scorer. The best part of this
Fifth
game is
leg,
his
Martin
doubling.
to through first. Game on.
Everything is clicking together beautifully for Johnny Haynes right now. 3-1 to the good. Scoring superbly, finishing immaculately.
100.
Feels like a long way back for Martin Turner, and I think we're quite fair in saying if he's going to keep up to a standard akin to this, he's going to take some stopping.
You're not wrong.
180.
Sharp as a samurai sword in this one. This might just be one of the best performances we'll see this week.
Only seen the 1
97.
ton plus average so far this week. That going to Richard Rowlands, 102, which he pinned in Group A. And for
60.
Johnny Haynes, this is a free hit for him. He didn't expect to be here this week. He's only playing here because Richie Housen had to withdraw. So
85.
he's got no pressure on his shoulders. He can just go out there and enjoy it. Anything he does do is an absolute bonus.
I don't think he plays darts with pressure anyway.
85.
He's at that age now where he's enjoyed some great times. He's played at the Palace and at Lakeside. How many people can say that?
137.
A few, but there are lots of great players who can't say that.
Well, there's not going to be any pressure attached because it's not the Swindon Darts Championship.
41. Martin O'Carr, 82.
He probably won it more if it was.
Well, Martin Turner's getting restricted to the odd
42.
dart at double here and there
Johnny
in this
O'Carr,
game. Another one at tops
135.
just goes high of the mark. And Haynes finish it off with a ton topper. Yesterday, he had 4 of them, including a 160, but he's unable to take out the 135 to put this game to bed.
$78. Martin O'Carr,
It was a
40.
very confusing visit for everybody concerned. Double 10. Can't miss this time.
20. Johnny O'Carr,
He
57.
thinks he might be paying for that miss.
It should be curtains for Turner. As Haynes looks at tops. 2 10s.
37.
2 match darts come and go.
Matthew O'Carr, 20.
Double 5.
Getting shot on the
Very
fifth
well
leg,
found by
Martin
that
Turner.
left-hander. We saw 3 from 3 from Haynes,
Sixth leg, Johnny
in the
to
first
through
4
first.
legs.
Game on.
and he proved to us that hitting the match dart is the most difficult one. Pretty much the same as Justin Hood at the
45.
World Championship, who was 11 from 11. It took him a little bit of time to find number 12. And Haynes was not able to find number 4.
89.
Now, you've been around this sport for a long time, Nico. In terms of doubling performances that you've seen, is that as good as you've ever witnessed? That one from
134.
Justin Hood against Josh Rock in the last 16 of the World Championship.
It's pretty close to the podium, but the best one is Johnny Clayton at the
60.
Masters in 2021, when he had 10 from 11 for more than 90% in a 19-leg match. I don't think that'll ever be beaten, unless we see something ridiculous. But
180.
as impressive as that 180 is for Haynes, his 4th of this contest, when we saw 11 from 11 for Hood,
134.
he had 3,500 people in shock.
142.
The one most shocked was the guy he was up against, because there was nothing Josh Rock or anybody could have done about that.
Yeah, Josh Shock.
82.
Premier League, Josh Rock. Well, Haynes looking to put himself in a Premier position here, leaving himself 60 after just 12 to wrap up a 4-2 victory. Average just over the
58.
95 mark.
Johnny O'Carr, 60.
So he missed a couple of darts to get over the line. And he's going to get a couple more here.
$40.
Well, one goes
Martin
high,
O'Carr,
one goes low, and I think that
160.
flight rather obscured the bet.
I am amazed that he went for that angle, because that dart at tops dart 2 was flat.
60.
I
Johnny
thought he might
O'Carr,
have gone for
20.
the open portion, of which now he's got lots of.
2 10s. Always splits.
16.
But he doesn't
Martin
always
O'Carr,
hit.
100.
And Martin Turner is just beginning to get opportunities now that he didn't do earlier on in this contest.
60.
So he's not going to
Johnny
find a
O'Carr,
second ton
4.
plus checkout, and that should be that.
How many times have we said that already?
Two.
We might be
Martin
saying it
O'Carr,
again,
40.
but when this game is 3-3,
Martin Turner must be thinking, how is he still in this contest?
Getting shot on the
But he's
sixth leg.
taken us
Martin
all the
Turner.
way to a last leg decider. How? I've got no idea.
So the final leg, Martin did through first.
this game is now
on.
starting to resemble Newcastle United versus Leeds United from last night. And if Martin Turner wins 4-3, he's going to feel like Newcastle, thinking, how on earth
81.
did I win that 4-3? The better player in this game has been Johnny Haynes, but he might walk away with no points.
85.
Oh, it's the winner, Harvey Barnes. However, Martin Turner, a la Newcastle United last night, may well be the great entertainer and win 4-3 when he found himself 3-2 down late on
100.
in perilous trouble. Johnny Haynes may well be paying the penalty here.
60.
By the way, it wasn't a penalty.
What I will say is that if Haynes loses this game, he's starting his day on the wrong foot,
100.
which can have a profound effect on a daily campaign. He could have been in the practice room about 10 minutes ago.
100.
He's going to be in the practice room in the next 2 minutes. But feeling what?
Well, he's missed 9 darts to win this contest as Johnny Haynes.
68. Martin O'Carr,
Martin
80.
Turner's going to get match-winning opportunities of his own. Should at least get one. Well, he may not get anything with his turn.
That's not good. You should be getting a dart at tops from 80.
24.
If you make the
Johnny
mistake,
O'Carr, 148.
you've got to be leaving yourself on a double with 3 darts. He hasn't even done that.
Well, the Mutt's Nuts made a dog's dinner of that, but he is going to come back to get over the line.
94.
Should be in the
56.
operative word. Gets a couple of darts at tops here to wrap this up. And to
Finish
wrap
on the
up the
match,
most
Martin
unlikely
Turner.
of comeback victories, because when Johnny Haynes was racing away with that game 3-1 in front, he looked all but the victor. He missed 9 darts to win that game in the end, and it's Martin Turner who squeezes over the line in a last leg decider. That's the tale of the tape from that one. Coming up next, we're going to see the return of Terry Jenkins on the big stage as he takes on Michael Huntley.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Martin Turner come back from 3-1 behind to get the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3 in a last leg decider. For Johnny, as I mentioned, he was 3-1 to the good in that contest. He missed 9 match darts to get over the line. But now we get to see a legend of the sport in residence. Terry Jenkins, his first appearance here since 2023, up against Michael Huntley, the 54-year-old Welshman who participated in Group A earlier on in the week, and now hoping that the second half of the Senior Showdown will be more fruitful than the first. Fair to say that when he made his return at the Circus Tavern for the World Seniors Championship, Terry Jenkins was a very welcome addition. He came here, played a couple of times, didn't quite set the world alight, but it was great to have his company.
First
It's
leg,
fair to
Terry
say
to throw
that
first.
he is a senior
Game on.
legend. Two very appropriate words, but for Paul Nicholson, only one of them applies. I'll let you deduce which one's the most appropriate.
60.
Terry's a legend in a lot of people's eyes because of the dart player he's been, how long that was for, but more importantly, for the guy he is.
140.
I think the word that follows Terry around more than anything else is shrewd. Shrewd
45.
dart player, shrewd human being. And his son Graham is a chip off the old block. I know that Graham will be watching, hoping his dad has a very good couple of days, or a very good 3
100.
days. Because Graham himself has played on this stage in the last few months as well.
Yeah, acquitted himself very well in Terry's words. Scored beautifully, but
41.
maybe at times, key moments, finishing off legs left a little bit to be desired. But I know how much, having spoken to Graham about the experience, he enjoyed playing here under the live lounge roof.
42.
And I'm sure that he'll be trying to get through the ADC qualifiers for a return in the not too distant future.
61.
Another hot start here from Terry. So Huntley, who has got 3 days in the tank from Monday to Wednesday, might be able to get off to a better start here. This is
137.
very tidy. Leaves himself a finish after 12.
140. Mike Luca, 82.
Well, Huntley's left at 82 after a dozen darts. That 15 leaves himself on 67, so 17 for the bull. With Jenkins on 154, he needs to attack this bullseye.
He could lay up.
Getting shown the
Well,
first
why
leg.
would you when you can
Michael
do that?
Huntley.
My word, that's an impressive 15 darter to start your day.
Second leg, Michael
But
is
he hits the
through
bull
first.
against
Game
the
on.
bull. And it's a breaker throw for Michael Huntley to put himself a leg to the good.
Do you know what we should have done when we moved here in September of 2022?
91.
We should have come into this place with Terry. Because he would have wandered around this place saying, I'll have that. I can do something with that. I'll take that
32.
away. He would have cleared this place, ready for renovation. He lives in Ledbury, which is not far from Malvern,
78.
which has got a wonderful antiques community. It's part and parcel of being from Herefordshire and that surrounding area.
83.
Waste not, want not. And there's a great deal of upcycling and things like that going on. There's always a use for something. And there's always a bit of trash
60.
that will be one person's treasure.
Right, I'm going to be Fiona Bruce for a second here. Which is something I never thought I'd
26.
say on live
I thought you
television.
were Henry.
I was having a chat with Terry Jenkins this morning, and I did ask, what's worth investing in? He said, gold and silver.
He always says that.
60.
Oh, so there's nothing new then?
He's not wrong. But you're talking about a man who at one point had 2 Model T Fords.
36.
And he renovated them both. Needs to renovate his scoring boots at this point.
60.
Not quite in the game scoring-wise just yet. He's had one visit he will be proud of.
Are we fair to say that he probably gets a game or
99.
two's
Michael
free
Carr,
pass because
152.
he's mentioned he's not playing much, he's a little bit rusty, and maybe it'll just take him a couple of matches to get up to speed with proceedings.
Well, if there's one person who knows how to make
28.
something rusty into something shiny, it's Terry Jenkins. I mean that literally and figuratively. Not that those darts have
43.
had much rust on them. They've
Michael
been
Carr, 124.
very smooth for many years. Now, if Huntley gets the treble 18 here, okay, so he's decided to stay on the 60. That is one play. He could have gone to the 18s. Had he found
60.
4, he would have left double 16, of course. I'm not against either player there.
60.
I know this feels
Michael
somewhat
Carr,
scant
64.
consolation for Terry Jenkins, but everything is straight at least. There's no wild darts anyway. It's just being a little bit more accurate on certain targets.
Game shot
As
on the
Huntley
second
finds
leg,
a double
Michael
four to
Huntley.
go 2-0 to the good in this contest.
Third leg Terry to throw first.
Yeah, the
Game
problem
on.
here is that Terry's not getting darts at double. If you look at his action now, compared,
135.
let's say, 10 years ago, there's nothing different about it. So technically, from his early 50s to his early 60s,
100.
nothing's changed. Still looks very technically sound.
42.
If I was nitpicking, I'd say that maybe there's a bit of extra force in that dart, whereas before it might have been a bit smoother.
26.
But as you get older, things do get more difficult to throw, to project, and especially when you've got to do it repeatedly.
140.
Terry Jenkins, a man who made it through to 9 major televised finals in an illustrious career. And he did have a set routine because on a certain broadcast, you've got to
95.
play a lot of games on the final day. Terry Jenkins' his favourite snack of choice when he made the UK Open final in 2014, a corned beef sandwich.
Old
44.
school. You're not going to find many corned beef sandwiches on the Pro Tour these days, that's for sure. You're more likely to find protein shakes,
81. Terry Carr 140.
glucose tubes, and all sorts of energy gels. That's
100.
a bit more like it. Jenkins is in the game now. If he can't convert what he's just left after 15.
99. Terry Carr 40.
So, first opportunity for Terry Jenkins at a double. 2 10s. Chasing 5s. Just
30.
tight.
Michael
And
Carr 100.
he is hoping that Huntley cannot find a topper here.
Now what's he going to do?
60.
Just a little bit
Terry
too
Carr
safe
10.
on the top shot. And
Game
that
shot
one's
on
just
the
a little
third
bit too
leg, Terry
good
Jenkins.
for Huntley's liking.
Is that perhaps the
Fourth
settler
leg
for
Michael
Terry
to do
Jenkins?
first.
He's
Game on.
into the contest and he's into the swing of things here with the Senior Showdown.
We've got 3 players in this group who have won PDC titles. Terry's won 11.
100.
That was over more than a decade. Thornton won 13, including 2 majors. And Painter
80.
won 6. A lot of people think that Kevin underachieved in the PDC. And I suppose a bitter
41.
senior dart player these days would say, I wish I was playing at the peak of my powers right now. Even I could have been the £1 million man on January the 3rd, but
60.
the likes of Jenkins and Painter and Thornton, when they're sitting in their chair in their retirement years, they should be proud of the foundations that they
100.
built within this sport because they all had something to do with it.
Well, let's just run through some of Terry Jenkins'
55.
career best. In terms of PDC titles, he was prolific on the Pro Tour circuit. He won 2 Players' Championship finals in 2007, then won a title in 2008, 2009.
100.
He won a UK Open qualifier back in them days in 2012. And his most recent Pro Tour title came back
58.
in 2015
Michael
when he
Carr
got the better of
160.
Peter Wright to win a Players' Championship. Another one of them for Huntley. Would have given him a poke at tops for the 160.
96. $85. Michael Carr 64.
This is where you've got a choice. What do you want to leave? 16s or tops? 16s it is for Huntley.
32.
That was not far away. Unfortunately for Terry, he is on a number you can't check out.
$84 left.
80.
Mate, that 83
Michael
left
Carr,
if he
32.
comes back. Double 16.
Getting shown the fourth
3-1
leg,
Michael Huntley is a leg away from victory. Having a look at his major final record, Terry Jenkins
Fifth
over
leg,
the
Terry to
years.
throw first.
Twice lost in the final of the match play in 2007 to James Wade, 2009 to Phil Taylor. His first major final came at the World Grand Prix all the way back in 2006. Incredible,
45.
think that's almost 2 decades ago now. Losing out to Phil Taylor at the City West, and a year later to James Wade. Lost to A.Z. Lewis in the final of the UK Open in 2014. Lost to Taylor in the Grand Slam in 2008. Lost to MVG in the European Championship final in 2014. The Premier League final to Phil Taylor in 2007. And the Las
78.
Vegas Desert Classic to Raymond van Barneveld in 2007. What a tournament that was, Nico.
Yeah, it was very much of
60.
the time, and we moved on from it quite quickly because darts was about to pop as soon as the Desert Classic was shoveled to the side. You should never
125.
criticise Terry for losing all of those finals because he was playing against some of the best players ever, and especially that UK Open final against Adrian Lewis. Adrian was mesmeric.
60.
Nearly 110 average. I still believe that's the best final performance ever at the UK Open.
60.
And that was over a decade ago. That puts it into some sort of perspective, doesn't it?
Would you have been fortunate enough to have played in the Desert Classic?
Played the
36.
qualifiers twice. Got within the TV stage once. Lost out to Ronnie Baxter.
$41.
Terry's shaking his head right now because he's got that treble 20 surrounded. He's just needing that micro amount of sharpness to find
60.
the treble
Teddy
20 a little bit more. In
152.
fact, they're both doing it now.
Perfectly sat for another. Finds another. Double 16.
136.
What would have been a roof raiser from the bull.
If you raised this roof, he'd buy it and sell it. Or renovate it and sell it, because that's what he does.
65. Teddy Carr, 16.
What's he going to do with double 8? He's
Getting
going to
shown
hit
the
it.
fifth leg, Terry Jenkins.
Back to 3-2. Forces Huntley to serve it out.
Sixth leg, Michael to throw first. Game
Do
on.
you recognise these flights that Terry's using? No, he's used them for a long time. Albeit different sets, of course. But the construct and colour. If you've been
81.
watching the Modus Super Series in the last couple of years, or indeed the PDC Pro Tour, you should recognise them.
96.
They are now famously used by Nico Springer, who didn't have a great World Championship, but he is the current Hungarian Darts Trophy champion.
140.
Joe Comito dealing with Springer at the Worlds.
Nobody saw that coming. I think that was more to do with
134.
Nico having a bad day as opposed to Joey having a good day. But at least Joe Comito now can say that he's won on the World Championship stage. Not everybody can say that.
121.
And you look at the opportunities out there, and your good friend and colleague Mark Wilson made a very salient point during the Worlds. Things like
26.
the ANZ Premier League, things like this, it gives players opportunities to play on stage. So when they get to the Ali Pali stage, yes, it's a different beast altogether. That's granted, but it's not as alien as perhaps it was for
59.
qualifiers 10, 15 years ago.
Not at all. And this place has got something to do with that as well. I'd like to think that maybe a little bit of
140.
Luke
Michael
Littler's
Carr,
readiness
100.
for his career was helped by this place. Well, Mike's got to help himself. But he doesn't get to a double to win the match.
60. Teddy Carr,
He could be going the
105.
distance for the second consecutive game.
Tops for Terry,
65.
but that may
Michael
well
Carr,
be the
40.
last dart he throws in this contest, because the double he's just missed is the one Huntley wants to get on the board. He's made heavy weather of it after a positive start. But eventually, Michael Huntley gets himself off the mark, and you can see the sigh of relief as he eventually crosses the line. Babyface is up and running at the Seniors Showdown in Group C. He gets the better of Terry Jenkins by 4 legs to 2. He outscored the ball for large swathes of the contest, and his finishing was pretty decent, 4 from 8 when it came to his doubles in that contest. Coming up next, Robert Thornton takes on Martin Turner.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart. Requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed the first round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon in Group C at the Seniors Showdown. And before the break, we saw Michael Huntley get the better of Terry Jenkins by 4 legs to 2. 50% in terms of his finishing in that contest, Michael. For Terry, it took him a couple of legs to get going, but once he did, there was flashes of some decent stuff in there. Game 4, a meeting between Robert Thornton and Martin Turner. The winner of this game will be the first player on to 4 points in this group. Both players winning their opening matches in different fashions, it's fair to say. Thornton dominant against Kevin Painter, a 4-1 victory, average of 86.27, 4 from 11 when it came to his finishing in that contest. Whilst Martin Turner had to come back from 3-1 behind against Johnny Haynes. He was outplayed for large swathes of that particular contest. Haynes having missed 9 darts and a double to win the contest. Turner picking his pocket right at the very end to seal a 4-3 victory. It's the opening match of round 2, game number 4 of 15 we're bringing to you this afternoon. And for Robert, he'll be happy enough, I think, with what he punched in that opening game against Kev.
100.
I think he'd definitely be happy with that. 86 average, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. Maybe something to build on.
140.
He will expect to make Saturday. Has won a special week before. And that's his only weekly win.
140.
The romanticist inside us all would like to see Robert win a Super Series week this year. To get into a Champions Week for the first time. But we don't give out things on London Road outside the front door for free. You have to earn your way to get here.
106.
Then you've got to play well, which Robert has done already today. And he's continuing it.
74.
Don't see him down there very often.
Matthew Carr, 161.
Could have been an opening 12-dart leg.
Well, Turner found the 102 to win his opening leg against Johnny Haynes.
59.
He's not going to
Robert
follow
Carr,
up
32.
in similar fashion here. Thornton, typically a tops man,
Game
but
shot
no
the first leg,
mistake
Robert
there on the
Thornton.
double 16 to get himself up and running. 14 darter.
You know what the
Second leg
best thing
Martin
is about the
defers
double
first.
16,
Game
apart
on.
from the fact it's given him a 1-0 lead? It's where he hit it. He does not want to go for double 16 and go low.
140.
If he misses it high and left, he's still got all the bed to aim at. The only downside
55.
is if he misses double 16 high inside, and it will shield some of the double 8, but that's a gamble he's willing to take.
100.
There's been some really interesting stuff happening at Q School already today, Henry. In fact, something for
100.
a player who has made a few appearances here as an ADC qualifier, a certain Martin Grayson.
So Martin Grayson got drubbed by
125.
Mervyn King by 6 legs to 1. The only leg that Martin Grayson won in that contest was with a 9 darter. Oh my.
138.
He's just had a Johnny Clayton
Matthew Carr,
deflection.
136.
But it didn't go in the 54.
87.
Oh boy, that was a bad dart from Martin. He knows it. At least he's coming back and he's got his choice of doubles still.
And if we're going to be honest, he's had a couple now setting up
100.
where he's
Matthew
diverted
Carr,
wide of a
49.
rather big target, and it's given himself work to do. Double 16.
Finish on the second leg, Martin Turner.
Turner levels up, 1 apiece. Now, I can tell you that Scott Mitchell beat
Third leg,
Jack
Robert through
Tweddle
first.
in the
Game
first
on.
round. His prize for beating Jack Tweddle? Spivey Man. Samuel Spivey.
140.
Henry has been wanting to say that so much that he took a run up.
Who, I think, is a couple of people's outside tips to
140.
get a tour card this year,
It'll
Sam.
be yours. I've got half an eye on Dennant versus Beveridge right now.
97.
2 guys that played at the Worlds, but both lost their tour cards, and they're having a ding-dong right now. As could this fixture be.
96.
There's a bit of pace about this game, which both players will like. And both should really be leaving tops a lot.
44.
For obvious reasons. Both like it. This one could be about opportunities. I get the feeling that Martin's not going to get
57.
the same freebies that he got against Johnny Haynes.
100.
Well, just a solitary treble for Thornton, but he leads himself at 120 to establish a lead at 2-1.
26. Robert Carr, 120.
Just a little bit too up and down for Martin at this present moment in time. Well, the double top means a clear bed to aim at.
110.
But going inside on double 10 in this scenario could leave things rather tricky. He's going to come back and split 2 double 4, but it's an unnecessary haggle he has to deal with.
105. Robert Carr, 10.
He's going to go for it. And there's the danger.
6. Matthew Carr, 77.
Turner's done really well to leave 77 here.
57.
But he can't take it
Rubber
out.
car 4.
And there's no splitting needed here.
Getting shown the third leg.
No
Robert
splitting, just
Thornton.
hitting.
Thornton 2 onto the good. Well, if
Fourth leg
Martin
to
Turner
through
won
first.
that leg,
Game
would have had
on.
to have changed his nickname from the Mutts Nuts to the Tea Leaf, because it would have been another leg that he would have stolen that he didn't deserve to win.
60.
Yeah, I'm not sure the tea leaf's going to catch on.
Not sure it's going to be one universally liked.
60.
Jensen Walker has got the better of Andrew Cass by 6 legs to 5. Now, he's a player I measured you off there. Just
100.
I've got this feeling about Jensen that he might be the type of player that could just sneak through a tour card this year.
60.
I think at this point in time, you can split all of the players in Stage 2 of Q School into 3 brackets.
81.
Definitely not getting a tour card. Could possibly. And is more likely to.
60.
And by all means, have at it if you want to try and put those players into said boxes. But there's only one person
85.
who went to Q School who's playing here today in this group, and that's Kevin Painter. Everybody else, they are looking at other things now.
100.
And I think that's important. Because as great as the PDC Pro system is, because it is, there's more than 128 players in the
121.
world. That's why the Modus Super Series was born.
$26. Madhucar 54.
Well, 6 darts here to level up at 2-2. Double 18, the target of choice. And because of his angle of entry,
James
that was
on the
rather
fourth
awkward.
leg,
He's done
Martin
really
Turner.
well to find that there. And Turner levels us up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Robert through first. Game on.
You could say that's the Yorker with a corker.
Saw a fair few Yorkers bowled last night by Bryden Cass.
25.
I'm just glad I'm alongside Nico and not Snicko, because that had another controversial call yesterday.
There's only one person in darts who's ever
96.
called me Snickor. That's Mark Webster. That's why we call him Webbo, because he doesn't like
100.
it. He's got some storied games with Robert Thornton, hasn't he, Mark Webster?
140.
He's part of that PDC time around 2009 to about 2015 as well, isn't he?
100.
If he walked in here today, he'd be seeing a lot of familiar faces. People that he played on the Pro Tour, like Robert, like Martin, like Painter, who he played in the Players' Championship final, of course.
98.
Former weekly winner in the previous studio in Southampton, Mark Webster.
Against Robert Thornton.
140. Madhucar 167.
167 to put himself in control. Not to be this time. And so
97. Robert Carr 136.
Thornton may well be forced to take out the 136 here, and that is sat perfectly for a bedfellow, unable to follow it. And so Turner may just be a
63.
dart,
Madhucar
but
70.
a chance to really take charge of the contest.
He's choosing double 16.
54. Robert Carr
And I'm going to come back
73.
to that in a second. I spotted something in Martin's game over the last year or so. Well, well, well. That leaves double 6.
67.
All's well that does not end well.
Madhucar 16.
You can miss the single 14 there, but I don't think you can miss
Getting
the
shown
double
the fifth
6,
leg, Martin Turner.
which he could not. And the thing that's annoying Robert the most is that he missed the
Six leg
14 to
Martin
leave his
is through
favourite
first.
double.
Game on.
Which leads me to the next point. In this game alone, in fact, let's include his first
100.
game of the day as well, because there was 7 legs of evidence. Martin Turner doesn't have a favourite double. He's left 16s on purpose, tops on purpose, and double 18 on
123.
purpose. He doesn't really have a game plan. Apart from
100.
specific approach numbers like 54. Obviously, he wants to go 18 for double. But if he's on 52, he's going for 20 double 16 or 12 for tops. I can't figure that out.
I get the sense that Martin Turner is one of those little bit long in the tooth type players. He's played this game for so long that he'll just go out there and he's very much those whatever happens, happens type players.
161.
Darts is on the day type players.
How about 161s?
136.
Almost was his day
170.
to go to 4 points from 2 games. Hello. Goodbye.
Inch on the 6th leg, Robert Thornton.
That is how you hit a 170. 3-3 it is.
7th and final
Could have
leg,
been
Robert
game over. It's
first.
very much game on now.
Robert Thornton from Saltcoats in Scotland reels in the biggest fish in the Tungsten Sea. And now, as overturned the throw, has the darts in this decider, and he kicks off with 2 big trebles. Martin Turner, from a position of authority, now finds himself all at sea.
140.
It's decent enough for post. And of course, Turner missed the ball for the 161 the visit before.
60.
Well, this has been a proper game of darts. I suppose we have to say that these days. Any game that is a 90 average
131.
or more for both players is a proper game of darts. It used to be world class. Not anymore.
140.
It was very unlikely that Robert was going to get the 3rd dart in the 60 there. He really should have switched. But I think the reason he didn't is because a single 20 leaves
13.
180, which is another 140 to leave tops.
As Martin Turner just undone all the good work with that one visit. Thornton 6
60.
and 180. He only finds a 60, but he still leaves himself on a manageable finish. They're going awry at the worst possible time.
50.
Maybe this is
Double
karma
car,
trying to get him
120.
back for the last game, which he pinched.
Well, if the last game was a pinch,
Game
that would
shown
be
the
a
match,
punch
Robert
from Martin Turner, because Robert Thornton, with back-to-back ton plus checkouts, the 170 to level it, the 120 to win it, has sealed his 2nd consecutive victory to kick off this Thursday afternoon. A 4-3 success in a cracking contest against Martin Turner. Those 2 big finishes changing the trajectory of the contest. Coming up next, Michael Huntley takes on Kevin Painter. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
140.
One more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Robert Thornton got the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 3. That sealed the Thorn's second victory of the day, and he did so courtesy of back-to-back ton plus checkouts. The big fish 170 got him back on level terms at 3-3, and then he found a 120 in a last leg decider to get over the line against the Mutts Nuts in the highest quality contest that we've seen so far on this Thursday afternoon. Game number 5 sees Michael Huntley and Kevin Painter go head-to-head. Michael looking for his second consecutive win and joined Robert Thornton on 4 points at the top of the group after he got the better of Terry Jenkins by 4 legs to 2 in 85. His opener. As for Kev, he's looking to get on the board following a 4-1 defeat to Robert Thornton to kick off his Thursday afternoon. The asset is alongside me once again. But actually, if you boil down how both players played in that opening match, it 22. May well be a little bit tighter than perhaps the indications would be dependent on results.
We are just starting to see a little bit more animation
100.
from Kevin. I think this is more to do with how he's feeling intrinsically as opposed to what's happening on the board.
85.
We know that he's had some troubles in the past with his release. I go back to a statement from Wayne
64.
Mardle. It lives around this sport, and people quote him often. People asked him why he retired.
180.
Well, Kevin Painter's far from retired from this level of the sport, doing things like that. But Wayne said, what was once so easy
100.
became so difficult. And there will come a time for every dart player where they will have to confront that.
And I think
29.
Kevin's finding that sweet
Michael
spot as to
Carr,
where he wants to be
152.
within the sport. Still ever so popular on the exhibition circuit. And he was actually doing a bit of commentary work, wasn't he, over the World
100.
Championship? He was working for one of the radio broadcasters. Commentating on a couple of the World Championship semi-finals.
Is that your way of saying that
77.
Kevin was trying
Michael
to enhance
Carr,
his radio
52.
voice? That is something I want to hear. Double 16 for Huntley.
Getting shown
That
the
is a
first
very
leg,
fine
Michael
dart.
Huntley. Second leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I think I know what Michael Huntley wants to do. He wants to play darts in his local area in Wales. And every now and again,
100.
he wants to play darts somewhere else. But you don't see him moving around a lot. He's not someone who is quite nomadic
60.
with his darts. In fact, you find this from the Welsh. How many of them do you know that move away from Wales? They don't, because they love it there.
100.
You can't yank them out of Wales with a chain. Johnny Clayton, Gezi Price, Nick Kenny, Michael Huntley, Mark Webster, Jim Williams. They all live in Wales. Or very close to, in the case of Jim Williams.
And for Mike as well, I think he's one of those that's testament to the system that's in play now. He doesn't have to travel the hard yards, the miles that you had to in the past to qualify for things. He's playing at the Global Championship. He gets to the Tour Championship. And he does so because of his form locally.
Look at the miles. I mean, these two, even though they're of a similar age, they're two dart players who've done things differently. Kevin's done the miles since the early 90s.
60.
Gone all over the world. North America, Australasia, Asia, all over Europe. Mike is a local player, come good.
98.
He's not going to be going to the Japan Open. He's not going to be going to anything in North America. He plays in Wales and he comes to Portsmouth and he goes to the odd ADC event.
100. Kevin DeCarl,
that means he gets to play the amount of darts that he can and still enjoys. That's the beauty of the ADC system.
It's not a one-size-fits-all.
It used to be.
Can paint a size up the 106, treble 18. Gets it double 16. Isn't able to get that.
Michael
He's got to hope
160.
that Huntley isn't hunting down the 160.
He isn't with the slim flights. Something he hasn't changed in his game over the years.
32.
Kevin's got good memories of double 16. He's hit it on many occasions with success. Can he do it again?
Game shot on the
You bet he
second leg,
can.
Kevin Painter.
He gives it the old Bob Anderson there. I'm a big fan of it.
The Eric Bristow shirt to the Bob Anderson point. Really is a trip down memory lane.
Just needs John Lowe's smile now.
85. $135.
Just out of curiosity, is he going to wear somebody else's dart shirt tomorrow? I know he was a big fan of Eric. They were good friends. That's why he's wearing it. Just rekindling our
84.
Look for what the crafty Cockney did in the Yockey over the years. But I think it would have been a great opportunity for Kevin this week if he'd played 5-6 days to wear 6 retro dart shirts. He could have an Eric. He could do a Bob Anderson. You could do a Dave Whitcomb. He could stick someone really
45.
Interesting in there. Someone who he used to hang out with. I'd throw in a Bob Taylor. Someone who we used to be hair buddies with. They used to both have mullets back in the 90s.
100.
And of course, you go to the pound shop and get a shirt and tie. You can look like Paul Nicholson for a day.
You're not far off. Those shirts were purchased from a supermarket because I had so many of them
42.
to go through.
Rod Harrington was watching on in awe.
45.
First time I played Kevin on stage was at the Grand Slam in 2008. And he was the first person ever to take my sunglasses and wear them and have everybody laugh. He wasn't the only person to do it. Wes Newton did it too. So did Dave Chisnell. But Kevin put them on and
40.
To be fair, he looked better in them than I did.
Just for confirmation, they were laughing at you and not with you.
No, at me. And then with me. One thing people don't know about Kevin, he's got a great
59.
sense of humour. Spend an hour in his company, talk about Gavin and Stacey, talk about Ipswich Town Football Club, and you'll open up his sense of humour.
Maxi for Kev.
Michael Carver
puts himself in a really good position, providing Huntley cannot find the 128. Treble for the Bull. Unable to get, and so Painter should get a couple at tops to get the break.
55.
And to put himself in cruise control of this contest.
Look at that face. He's still a competitor. He's working very hard.
29.
But he's not in front.
Michael Carr, 73.
And so there's a chance for Huntley on the throw to win a leg, which will feel a little bit of a pinch. And he's going to get a couple in hand, a double 8.
Game
Only
shot
needs
on
the
third
one,
leg, Michael
and moves
Huntley.
in front 2-1. And that one might sting Painter a little bit.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I've been very lucky to spend some time in Kevin's company. In fact, he once upon a time invited me to a Ipswich Town game. They were playing Southampton at St Mary's, and he gave me tickets into the away end. However,
125.
he also invited Matthew Edgar along. However, Matthew Edgar wasn't going to be sitting in with the away fans. Oh no, he managed to get himself a VIP box.
137.
That's what happens when you're a highfalutin YouTuber.
Influencers get whatever they want.
135.
I could see Kevin having his own YouTube channel in the future called How's Your Luck?
60.
He can host his own chat show. Hi, I'm Kevin Painter and welcome to How's Your Luck? I think it would work.
70.
Kevin's got a lot of charisma. Even when he stops playing darts, he's still got a lot to offer this sport.
Less podcasts, more sounding like a 3 p.m. afternoon game show.
Oh, the last thing we need
43.
is more Ipswich Town supporters voicing their complaints about their football team at about 5 to 5 on a Saturday, because there are so many in this sport. It is inordinate.
41.
Another Ipswich Town supporter actually lost to Michael Huntley at the World Seniors, didn't he?
125. Go to car 130.
Well, that's the thing that seems to be going wrong at the minute for Kevin. He's missed a shot at tops in the previous leg, wide of the line. That time it was right.
114.
And so were the next two darts
136.
there for Kevin.
Oh, beautifully sat for another. Unable to get, will leave himself on tops.
96. Coming to car
Taylor having to
16.
convert this.
I just wonder if Huntley had bigger flights, if he'd have found that second treble. This one's got a slide in next door.
Game show on the fourth leg.
Expertly
Kevin
done by
Painter.
Painter.
Just explain a little bit more what you mean by if
Fifth leg,
Huntley had
Michael
bigger
through
flights, he
first.
might have been able
Game
to
on.
have found that second treble there.
Well, you said that first dart was perfect. I agree with you wholeheartedly. When the dart goes in at that angle, if he can find
100.
the next treble with a slim flight, it means his shot is 100% accurate. And they're traveling very fast
125.
with those slim flights. That's one of the reasons he likes them. But if he had a bit more drag in the air with a larger flight, he'd have a bit more forgiveness, and also he would have a bit more
100.
flight to catch the dart in the air. So if it's a little bit high and it catches one of the wings, it can find it a little bit easier because you've got a bit more collection with those bigger flights like Kevin's using. Look what's just happened.
180.
Gives it a good old finger point, does Kev, as he piles in a maxi there. And on the subject of flights, Kevin Painter, one of those that's moved into the moulded all-in-one flight and stem combo.
85.
He doesn't mind giving a trend a bit of a go, but there's one thing you're never going to change about Kevin. Shoes. He's always going to wear shoes.
100.
Not trainers or trainer shoes or anything that the kids will wear. He wears shoes. It's not just a style thing. Yes, he does look like he's about to go on Strictly. But it's the sole that's the important thing. Because of how he stands, he likes
48.
the leather base of his shoe to have a little
96.
bit of slipperiness about them. Stops him from contorting his right knee.
Yeah, Kevin Payne's not one of those players you're going to see prancing around in a pair of mallets. Oh, how he's found that is superb. Had to float over the top.
80.
Pings the wire with the double 8. Now, Michael Huntley had a little bit of a mathematical miscalculation of his previous turn. 25 he went for with his last dart to leave himself on 168.
40. Kevin Carr, 16.
Painter looking at 2 8s.
$12.
He might be letting
Michael
this
Carr,
go.
128.
He'll fancy that he's coming back. But we have had some plus finishes already today from Turner and Thornton. Is Huntley about to join the club? Oh, this is not an easy shot. And there again, he's not able to get the second treble in the same department.
88.
Well, they say that twos
4.
never lose, and this is to edge Painter in front. Just takes a second to recompose. Now this gets awkward. Only a little sliver of the left-hand side to aim for. And now one at the madhouse.
Two.
I'm not sure he thought he was going to hit that.
Michael Carr, 40.
Darts is one in the head, then on the board.
And so this, for Michael Huntley, a gilt-edged chance to take the lead.
Getting shot on the
And he
fifth leg,
pins the
Michael
tops.
Huntley.
And he moves 2 of him 1 of what would be his
Sixth leg,
second
Kevin, to
victory in
throw
2
first.
games. He would draw level with Robert Thornton on 4 points, and them 2 would establish themselves as the 2 players to beat in this Group C.
Kevin can't believe he's let that one slip. He was firmly in command of that 5th leg. That might just plant the seed of doubt. Some familiar names
92.
from the Modus Super Series are having a rather good day at UKQ School. You mentioned Jared Cole earlier. He's beaten Kieran Tian, the first ever winner in this building. The Irishman. It was Beveridge, Darren Beveridge that is,
45.
who took care of Matthew Dennant in a bit of a stacked last 64 game by 6 legs to 4. But the one that really gets people's attention here in Portsmouth is that Derek
140.
Coulson has beaten Callum Goffin, someone who you saw during the ADC Global Championship, of course. Both from Wales, but it's Coulson who's gone through by 6 legs to 3, averaging 94, which he does a lot.
81.
So he's into the last 32 as Coulson, and he's got to be one of the favourites to get a card over the course of the next 3.5 days.
45.
But it's one outstanding game in the last 64, and somewhat not a surprise Scott Mitchell was involved in that game, trailing 5-3 to Sam Spivey.
60.
With Painter on a finish now, Huntley really should know that 25 and bull is the first dart here. I get the feeling this game is going to give me enough time to explain this. It's not the same
83.
pace
Kevin Carr,
as Thornton Turner.
164.
Let's see if Kevin takes this out first. He's not going to. So, 3-1-5. You get 25. Then you get 2 treble 20s. That leaves 170. Same route if you get the bull. It's bull. Then it's treble 20. But then you've got the luxury
76.
of something else to get
Kevin
to a
Carr,
finish.
100.
which is the 25 again. So anybody who goes for 20s first on 315,
76.
ask yourself
Michael
a very
Carr,
stiff question.
56.
Well, Huntley's going to find the 156, so Painter is going to be back free in hand, a double 12
24. Kevin
to
Carr,
take
24.
us all the way in this contest. We did see him in the previous leg have multiple darts free in hand, a couple of opportunities in that kind of scenario, and was unable to make best use of the opportunity. Now 2 from 16 in terms of his finishing in this contest. But he finds the double six, and we go all the way to the last leg decider. And in fact, this is the third game in 5, which has gone all the way to a deciding leg.
It's a bit of a strange group, really. You've got Robert Thornton, who was the worst performer in Group A over the last 3 days. He's top of the table.
30.
And you've got Johnny Haynes, who was a lot of people's favourite for Group C, without points, albeit he's got a game in hand next against Terry Jenkins. But if you were trying to predict results in this group so far today,
97.
I think even the most ardent of experts wouldn't have predicted what we've seen.
And plenty more darts for you this afternoon. This game 5 of 15 that we're going to be broadcasting to you. And we then have 10 more games this evening from 10 o'clock as Group B gets underway. We'll see
100.
The Golden Girl, Trina Gulliver, swapping the mic for the darts in hand alongside Simon Whitlock and Paul Hogan. Steve West and Neil Duff will return to resume their
99
rivalry here at the Live Lounge.
Oh, and they do have a rivalry. Who's done what? Have you won this? Yes. Have you won this? Yes. Have you won a series? In chorus? No.
Best they've got the pair at a Champions Week as a semi-final. Neil losing out the last Champions Week at the Final Four stage. Steve West has done so on a couple of occasions, including that infamous game with Jimmy Van Schie, newly crowned WDF World Champion.
And World Master.
54.
First player to win both in the same season since Glenn Durrant back in 2016-17. Careful doing that, Jimmy. You'll end up in a commentary box in a couple of years' time.
87.
And Jimmy is currently playing right now at European Q School against Jason Riedke. Currently 3-1 up. And still in with a shout of a tour card today. Painter is still in with a shout of winning this game. But he's going to need Huntley to miss. This has not been an easy game for both players for various reasons.
65.
It's an interesting play.
Michael Carr, 100.
I kind of like it. It's not your usual bullseye play, but getting the 25 gets him to 2 singles to bull. That gets Huntley to tops.
60.
But he couldn't find the second of which would have given him the victory and would have put him onto 4 points in this group. Should be at least a dart at the ball here for Kev. He's got the Brucey bonus of a couple at tops to seal a 4-3 victory and to get himself on the board. Huntley not happy in the background, arms folded. He knows he's had an opportunity that's come to pass, and Kevin Painter's taken full advantage of his. A 4-3 win for the artist, 85 checkout to get the job done. And Kevin Painter is on the board here at the Seniors Showdown. He gets the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Johnny Haynes against Terry Jenkins. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Kevin Painter got his first win of the Seniors Showdown, a 4-3 success against Michael Huntley. Game 6, the final game of the second round's worth of fixtures, is a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Terry Jenkins. Both players looking to get on the board. Haynes losing out 4-3 to Martin Turner in his opening match of the group. That was despite hitting 4 180s and missed 9 darts to win that contest. He led 3-1 in that game against the Yorkshireman. As for Terry Jenkins, he got off to a slow start against Michael Huntley. His first darts in front of the cameras now 96. For the best part of 3 years. Lost out 4-2, got better as the game went forward, but I think it's fair to say that it's one of those contests you sense if Johnny Haynes does his thing and he mops up 43. In terms of his doubling proficiently, he should be able to get the job done here.
Should is a very strong word in sport.
40.
Manchester United should have beaten Burnley last night. They didn't. But based on facts from today, you would think
60.
that Haynes is going to get a chance to win this match. He had the better average in the first round of play. In fact, the 9 darts he missed for the match
85.
were the only darts he missed in the game. And Terry did look a little bit rusty in his first performance. So based on facts from today,
57.
You would assume that Haynes will get an opportunity to win this one.
Well, I think the biggest surprise was after
80.
dart 1, there wasn't any bedfellow there. However, are you ready for the first Tungsten teaser of 2026, Nico?
64.
Yeah, okay.
Now, there was no 9-darter at the PDC World Darts Championship. But how many 10-darters were there at this year's World Championship?
I can't believe you know this.
Oh, there's a secondary question to come as well. It's
85.
a two-hander,
Johnny
this one.
O'Carr, 140.
Let's see if Haynes can take it 140. Well, there goes that.
70.
The answer is I don't know how many 10-darters there were at the PDC World Championship in 2026. I know some people who got one.
84.
So I know it's
Johnny
more than
O'Carr,
one.
70.
We'll give you the answer to that in the next game, and then we'll give you the second part of the teaser. It's a two-hander. Double 10.
60.
Inside.
Johnny O'Carr, 108.
This could be 19s for Terry. There's a name you don't hear much anymore, and you don't see miss single 19s much on 108.
68.
He's going to pay
Johnny
for that
O'Carr,
one, you
10.
feel. It's going to be a split for Johnny.
Six. Johnny
He
O'Carr,
doesn't
40.
compound the mistake of Jenkins, who goes for tops.
Getting shown the first leg, Terry Jenkins.
And he's the one who can find the outer ring.
Second
Yeah,
leg,
you don't
Terry
see
to throw
many
first.
Terrys or
Game on.
Terrence these days. And of course, if he owns a trench coat, you can call him Trenchy.
$123.
Yeah, Terry's a bit of an old school name, isn't it? Bring back Terry. It's a name that could have a renaissance.
140.
There've been some great Terrys in the past. Terry Jenkins, Terry Temple. Someone that Martin Turner knows very well.
121.
Terry Wogan.
Terry's chocolate orange.
You really are reaching now. Here's me saying there's a lot of
59.
Terrys, and we've come to number 4, and you're starting to get stumped.
Terry Venables.
And he's back. So is Terry Jenkins with a max. That's his first.
$100. Terry car 77.
Good fun with the last. Doesn't do anything in terms of him not being on a finish. Well, just about squeezes into the single.
37.
And that just pinches the top wire of Tots. Now, we said that if Johnny Haynes plays like he has been recently, he should win this game. The issue is he's not. And Terry Jenkins, to his credit, up to this point, has taken full advantage of that.
40.
And if he finds double top, he finds himself 2 up.
$5.
Oh,
Johnny
my.
O'Carr 57.
This could be trouble. Haynes on tops. He can't find it either.
47. Johnny
He
O'Carr
can't find a
35.
double in quite some time now.
Getting
Well,
shot
that's a
on the
lovely
second
shot
leg,
from Terry.
Jenkins.
But that is now 3 consecutive legs
Third leg,
that Johnny
to third
Haynes has
first.
lost
Game on.
over 2 matches. His confidence has been bruised. Now I'm going to hazard a guess
100.
that there were 10 darters at the PDC World Darts Championship.
Correct. And so,
50.
no prizes for guessing what the follow-up question is going to be. Name the players who hit them.
Bo Greaves.
97.
Yes, although someone did think it was a 9-darter.
Luke Littler.
29.
Twice. One other player did also hit one on 2 occasions, just to make your work a little bit easier.
41.
I'll tell you, if I get this one, I'll let you relay the rest.
100.
I'm going to say Ryan Searle.
No. Would you like the list?
Go for it.
So Luke Littler and Jan van Veen hit 2
99.
10-darters in the tournament. The other players who have hit 1 were Bo Greaves, Andrew Gilding, Christopher Tysky, Charlie Manby, Michael Van Gerwen, and Callan Rids, the other.
81.
Should have got the Rids one.
Johnny O'Carr 164.
The infamous 10-darter on double 1.
Oh, yeah.
45.
Famously done for the first time by Michael Van Gerwen on the Pro Tour when he had 180, 139, 180, and double 1.
100.
If
Johnny
I remember
O'Carr
rightly, Johnny Haynes was on a
119.
10-darter or double 2 on Sunday at the Global Championship. Joe 20 for tops. Tops to bring it back to 2-1, and Tops to
on
get
the
him on the
third leg,
board.
Johnny Haynes.
Well, prior to that effort at Tops, Johnny Haynes had missed each of his last 15 attempts at a double.
Fourth leg, Terry
But he's
to
back on
first.
the board
Game on.
with a 119 checkout. He's back in this contest. 2-1 Jenkins.
He doesn't seem particularly happy that he's just got his first leg of this contest. I think it's more to do with
121.
the fact that he's now found a double for the first time in a while. This game is about confidence. And if that is
85.
lost on the doubles, you are way more likely to miss than hit. That first dart was sitting so pretty for Terry.
140.
He loves to stack the darts on top of each other. He can get them underneath as well, but he's more likely to hit a treble again if the dart is underneath his
134.
prime target.
Confidence is a preference in the habitual voyeur, which is known as dart life.
You're trying to
40.
create your own soundbite here.
$100.
Just a ton. Jenkins with 6 here to re-establish the 2-leg lead again.
100.
There is more evidence of that dart that he can find. That slider over the top. Such a beautiful shot that served him well over the last 25 years.
60. Tell your car 100.
He wouldn't mind this first dart being in the 60. Well, that scuppers that. He has got an out, though. He can't find it. When he's missing a target, he's missing it by some distance.
42.
Au contraire to what he was doing at the start of the day, where he was peppering that 60 on the wrong side of the wire.
Treble for the bull. Wide of the mark, and so Jenkins, who last time he had 58 left,
70. Tell your car 58.
was rather precarious with his single 18. No mistake about that one. Double top.
18.
Well, he tried to slide it in, but it nestled off to the right.
Instead of sliding in, it slides away. Double 10 for Johnny.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Johnny Haynes.
He's starting to build something once again.
Fifth leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Now, this week being the senior showdown, it does bring up the question of retirement, doesn't it?
60.
Because everybody retires from the sport eventually. There's also a lot of phrasing around transition to retirement.
61.
Especially in the working world, not just in sport. Remember Paul Scholes when he retired? And then soon after that, he
100.
came back because he found it difficult to not be a footballer anymore. And you look at Steve Beaton, who was currently at Q School winning
83.
games today. You just get the feeling that maybe Steve Beaton wasn't ready to retire.
And do you know what the
60.
strangest thing is, having spoken to sports people, both in this sport and in others, is sometimes it's not actually the match play that you miss, but what you miss is the lifestyle, the small bits.
140.
I've spoken to footballers that have retired about this. And yes, that euphoric feeling of picking up 3 points on a Saturday is great, it's fantastic. But you know what they miss more than anything else?
97.
It's that feeling of being in the dressing room. And so actually for these players, being in around that practice room with players that they would have seen in the past, it's just going to be so nice then to rekindle
100.
old memories.
The feeling of belonging to something. Now, if you look at 5 of the 6 players in this group today, I am 100% confident that we can find a tournament in the past where they've all been in the same room in a PDC venue. 100% confident. And I'm talking about Painter, Thornton, Turner, Jenkins and Haynes. The only exception is Michael Huntley because he hasn't done that.
93. Johnny car 84.
Can Johnny do this to take a first lead in this contest? Likely.
Getting shown the
Most
fifth leg,
likely.
Johnny
3-2 Haynes it is.
I'm sure that's a feeling Terry Jenkins hasn't missed, being
Sixth
last
leg, Terry to
started
throw
like that.
first. Game on.
Well, just on that subject of Steve Beaton, he's gone through Henry Courts 6 legs to 2. He's in the last 16.
83.
Is that 3 games for a tour card?
Yes.
Jack Aldridge, he's through against Steve Haggerty. Aldridge is the
95.
guy who took out Manby.
Is he the 2026 Tom Bizzle?
Sounds like you're doing your best impression of Snoop Dogg there.
46.
And Tyler Thorpe's through as well, but that's not a shock. When he played here, he was remarkable.
I do want to talk to you, though, about that transition, because obviously you,
100.
towards the latter end of your playing days, you transitioned into the position you're in now in the broadcast booth and the commentary box. Was there a moment where you had that floating feeling of actually I
135.
need to think of something else aside from the playing aspect of it?
Not necessarily. I was approached
One of them,
by people
40.
to do media work because they thought I was good at speaking and doing so publicly into a lens and to other people.
62.
It was just another string to the bow that I wanted to add. But I can actually tell you at this point in time, I've never said this out loud until now, I am retired.
We can confirm that.
I have decided to
98.
not play darts anymore. That is something I've said to myself over the new year. I am 100% media now, and I've decided not to play darts anymore.
So there you go. A
125.
Super Series
Johnny
exclusive.
Carr,
Paul Nicholson
68.
has announced his retirement as Haynes looks at 68 to seal a 4-2 victory. Double 4 for 14 darter to wrap it up.
64. Johnny
But
Carr,
a couple
50.
of darts have come and gone, and so Jenkins here looking at 50 to square up to take us the distance
Game shown
once
the sixth
again.
leg, Terry
And that's the
Jenkins.
4th time in 6 matches so far this afternoon that we have gone
Some of the
to a
final leg,
sudden
Johnny
death
to throw
leg.
first. Game on.
You just knew that Terry was going to hit that tops. If there's something there that he can get his teeth into, whether it's
60.
big or small, he's going to be there.
Well, it's certainly a 6-visit game, this one. Apart from the 22 darts of the first leg for Terry, 18, 18,
96.
18, 18, 17 have been the subsequent legs.
$28.
That's the dart he's trying to get rid of. That wild one.
77.
Rescues it somewhat. But after 6, 328 is not a nice number.
57.
Luckily for him, he should get a bit of wiggle room from this point, providing Haynes doesn't hit him with some heavy artillery.
60.
But he's also got to hit himself, and he's come up dry with that particular visit.
Look at some of the facial expressions you're getting from these players, like Jenkins and Painter. Do they strike you as
100.
players who are sick of competitiveness? No. Look at that look in Terry's eyes right now. He wants to win. He wants to win in
128.
everything he does. If he had a hand of poker with him, he'd want to win that. If he had a foot race with him over a mile, he'd want to win at that.
44.
He's just that
Johnny
kind of
Carr,
guy, likes to win.
140.
And he's got 6 darts and 140 to seal that win. But he's
34.
going to have work to do. He's still in 3-figure range when he comes back. And Haynes, with a max, will leave himself a double 16. A double 16 he's left on. How this leg has changed complexion in the case of 6 darts. Unless Jenkins can take out the 106. Double top.
86. Johnny Carr, 32.
Well, 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 what a day Johnny Haynes is having. Could have lost 2 out of 2. Turns out he's won 1 of 2. And I think he's starting to realise that that was one heck of a game of darts. Because it really was. Maybe the averages don't reflect it. Because we have an 80 average and an 81 average. The fact is, it was a really good contest. Won in the end by 4 legs to 3 by Johnny Haynes.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had 1. Mr. Darter tops for the match to win 4-1. And Darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go over the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the 2nd time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's one dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double four for the match.
Game. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's the Seniors Showdown here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're in the opening day's worth of action in Group C. We're 6 games down, and before the break we saw Johnny Haynes make it get his first win, shall I say, on the board. Having got the better of Terry Jenkins by 4 legs to 3. So far so good for Robert Thornton. He's the only player to have picked up maximum points so far. A 4-1 win over Kevin Painter, followed up by a 4-3 win over Martin Turner. This is how the table looks as we head towards the halfway point of today's proceedings. And as you can see, Robert Thornton, the only player to have picked up maximum points. Terry Jenkins, the only player yet to pick up a win so far in this Group C. Game 7 sees Thornton in action, looking to make it 6 of the very best. If he can get the better of Michael Huntley, who so far today has won 1, lost 1, beat Terry Jenkins in his opener by 4 legs to 2, and then lost out 4-3 to Kevin Painter. A game which he did have control of for large swathes, but Painter putting a 85 checkout in the decider, sealing the points for the artists. As for Thornton, has to be said, he's played some tidy stuff today. Averages of 86 and 91. The finishing has been decent as well. 4 from 11, 45. 4 from 10. And from 3-2 down against Martin Turner in his previous game, pinned back-to-back checkouts of 170, followed by 120 to win it.
His rhythm looks pretty good today as well. That's the key to his game. If he gets his rhythm and appetite right,
140.
Still a mighty performer in there. There's a little bit more of a twist in the dart. When he draws the dart back these days, it's just a little bit more. It's not detrimental. It's just an evolution of his action over the years.
100.
But he has got a losing record against Huntley this week. And he might not say so out loud, but he'll know that. And he won't be happy with it.
100.
And even though every player will play ignorant when they speak to us about records against one another, they will know. They will know exactly what their record is like against an opponent. Another one of them. Just the wrong side of the wire.
85.
That is not a bad dart
116.
if he comes back. You know for a fact that Huntley's going to enjoy the pace of this game more than the last one.
59.
Now, the reason the 10 was okay is because 19 leaves tops.
Getting show the first leg, Robert Thornton.
Simple as that. It's like he found the script on the street,
Second leg, Michael.
read it, and said, give me the part.
And he's looking the part more today, isn't he? Banishing the woes of Group A. And I do think now Robert's the type of player that he's always been the first to admit he's not a morning person. I think this time slot in Group C suits into the ground. I think Group B maybe towards the latter end. It's a little bit too late in the evening, but this 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock slot on a Thursday, Friday afternoon, I just think suits into the ground.
It does. You're absolutely right. He's not, let's say, an early morning person. He doesn't mind getting to a venue around about 9 o'clock. But when you start seeing 7:30 in the morning, I mean, that's very early. Especially for someone as conditioned as Robert. In his pro career, he was part of the 9 o'clock club.
41.
Get there at 9 with his pals. And then they would start at either 12 or 1 o'clock.
100.
And those 3 hours were important, just to try and feel part of the day. Some people can turn up at 5 to 11, and an hour later tour the Ocky and average 105.
100.
And yes, I'm talking to you, Johnny Clayton. But some players aren't like that, and Robert is more of a prep guy. He'd be one of the
85.
first people on the board in the morning.
Michael Carr, what
Not
is
at half
55?
Double 19 for the double 19.
Game
Oh,
show
that's
second leg,
magnificent
Michael
for Michael Huntley. The 155 goes, and we're back on terms at
Third
one
leg, Robert
apiece.
is through first. Game on.
That was some shot. And to say that that is the second biggest finish of the day is truth.
46.
Because Robert took out the 170 earlier in that game where he beat Martin Turner by 4 legs to 3. One you've just mentioned, Henry.
Just having a little look
41.
at some of the games coming up at Q School, and there's one that really leaps off the page. Derek Coulson against John Henderson in the last 16.
42.
That is brutal.
It is a little bit, isn't it?
Tyler Thorpe against Jensen Walker. I get the sense that there might be a little bit of emotion on display in that one.
123.
And in Europe, well, a meeting of a couple of players who lost in weekly finals last year. Andreas Harrison,
95.
2, Adam Savada, 1. They're in the top 16 over in Calcutta. In fact, Jimmy Van Schie's playing one of his good pals, Damian Mole,
43.
who you may remember played here once, didn't qualify. His memento, a tattoo of a meerkat.
100.
True story.
Jimmy Van Schie's got a tattoo from this road as well, but it's got a 180 on it. Just like Brian Roman, who lost fairly early today.
95.
That's a sign of experience right there for Robert. If something interrupts your pre-through routine, start again.
96.
That's a good shot. 122 when he comes back. He's going to be looking for 4 18s and the bull. And he's going to have to hit them now. Whatever you do here, Michael, do not go for treble 13.
139. Robert
Well
Carr,
done.
122.
Well, he should get the guarantee of a litre dart of the bull. Bull it is.
97.
Well, the
Michael
line
Carr,
was
60.
perfect. It just dropped low. And so Huntley here for the break, looking at 60. Tops, doesn't move, doesn't hesitate, and now has an open target on double 10.
Getting shot on the third
I'll
leg.
tell you what,
Michael
he's
Huntley.
clinking wires today, isn't he, Michael Huntley?
He didn't even think that was
Fourth
him.
leg, Michael to throw first. Game on.
7'9.25". He doesn't think it's in. He goes halfway, still doesn't think it's in, but Paul Higgs says it is. So it is.
100. 41. 135.
Thinks that Huntley is starting to find something now. That 155 checkout has galvanized him.
123.
Well, we speak about lighting up the blue touch paper, don't we? And just how one moment could create a spark. And it does feel like that 155 has really brought Michael Huntley to life here. He's himself on 129 after 9. And Thornton, who's so well versed in the power score, is being absolutely outweighed in that particular department right now.
He's just starting to show signs of withering as well, which is not good.
97.
If you see a player doing that, just throwing their third dart away, you'll think you've got them.
36.
And so far this week, Huntley has had Thornton. He's beaten him twice out of 3 attempts. And he only needs one more leg to do it again.
And that 13 darter, his last 2 legs on throw, he's 1 in 15 and 13 respectively. He's bolted the door shut for Thornton on his throw. And even if Thornton does win this leg, Huntley is going to get an opportunity with the darts in hand to serve it out in the next. So this, to a certain extent, is a little bit of a bonus leg for the Welshman.
100.
I have absolutely no idea how that second dart went in the treble 20 there. That one did not go through the side door.
97.
That went through the mouse door in the skirting board.
$100.
I think some people who watch Mike on Pluto TV over the last 2-3 years,
44.
they might not fully understand just how dangerous a player and how well respected he is in Wales. When he goes to vault events, predominantly with the likes of Kurt Parry and some others,
140.
he's expected to make the final every time he arrives.
And whenever Michael and Kurt make the final here, they are both well supported.
100.
You know, good pal Gavin Roderick come down a couple of times to support his Welsh pals. Well, this would be some way to win it. The bullseye for the 161 to finish off with Roof Razor.
Robert Carr, 160.
How about keeping one alive with a Roof Razor? He needs the roof.
120.
Unfortunately,
Michael Carr, 48.
the roof is still intact.
But this is to draw level on points.
Getting shown the match,
With
Michael
Robert
Huntley.
Thornton, and that is exactly what Michael Huntley has done there. 4-1 win for Babyface against the 2-time World Seniors champion. And this group is just beginning to bunch up a little bit. Huntley joining Thornton on 4. And coming up next, we're going to see Johnny Haynes take on Kevin Payton. The winner of that will also be on that mark after 3 matches. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to Portsmouth, where we are having the Senior Showdown this week. We're into day number 4 and match number 8 here on Thursday afternoon. This is going to be the middle game between Martin Turner and Terry Jenkins. Terry currently the only person without points. Well, how many of you thought that that was going to be the case coming into the middle of round number 3? Just goes to show that reputation does not get you points. It's sharpness and a lack of rustiness. And maybe this is the point of the day where Terry can start putting something together, because we have seen some good stuff from Martin Turner throughout the course of the day. Nobody's really gone into the distance yet, Henry. But if you can have a good 2.5 hours from here, it could be a very good Thursday.
There could well be a congealment of this table come the end of this round of fixtures. Martin Turner looking to move on to 4 points, and 60. If he does so, there'll be a guarantee that we'd have 4 players on that particular mark after 3 rounds worth of games on this Thursday afternoon.
96. $62. $156.
Well, 156 to leave himself a 149. I think that was a bit more of a slip than anything else.
79. Montage 149.
149 is not an offer. That would have been quite the 91. Conversion.
Oh, now. That could get him back in the leg. Turner was very comfortable. Feet up on the couch kind of leg.
38.
Now all of a sudden, Terry's trying to make him spill his tea. Oh, and there's that wild dart offline again.
For TJ, a waste 80. Of a first dart, and so Turner returning for double 10 to take an early stranglehold of this contest. And 2 10s is found. He's a southpaw on double 10. Of course it's gone.
Second leg Terry to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, but he's not like all southpaws. He doesn't leave tops and 10s all the time. In fact, we don't know what he's going to leave. He's a bit of a spotter's nightmare.
43. $140.
Martin Turner's a little bit like Forrest Gump's box of chocolates. You just never quite know 100. What you're going to get from him.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows what kind of chocolates Forrest Gump had, because he ate some. And he gave the rest 60. To Jenny. Well, Terry is 62 now. And he is roughly 10
100.
years younger than Paul Lim. Go figure.
There is one thing on my Super Series wish list for 2026.
54.
And it is to see Paul Lim play darts in this building.
Paul does whatever he wants.
68.
I'll make one guarantee with you, though. If Paul Lim comes to the Modus Super Series, we are going to have another episode of Oki to Oven.
180.
Because that man can cook.
And we'll have an absolute sellout on the Saturday night as well. Be Lims in Portsmouth.
25. Modus 67.
So he did go for the 17s. And he did go for the 25, and both have not worked out very well.
59.
And Terry is lambasting himself in the background because he's left 165.
45. Modus
Unforced error. An unforced error that for Jenkins could be oh so costly.
Getting shown the second
that
like
is a
Martin
genius
Turner.
dart. The first one's a blocker. It's not even a marker.
Third like Martin to throw first.
The fact that
Game on.
he's found a clean double 4 thereafter shows that he can hit very small targets
100.
with very small darts. Now, the camera angle that you've got right here, you can see that Terry's darts, intermediate stem,
81.
smooth barrel, nothing out of the ordinary, but Martin's darts are actually leaning towards the lens and they over-exacerbate just how small they are.
58.
It's as if Rick Moranis has just walked in the building and said, "Oh, honey, I shrunk the darts."
134.
But those flights are about as small as you get on the market. I don't think there's a smaller flight that you can buy than these in regulation,
100.
not the toy ones or the funny little diddy ones that you can buy. You know the darts that you can barely get in your fingers? They're about 2 centimeters high. They don't count.
I don't know, they fit like a glove in my hands.
True story.
146.
What's the story here? It's looking slightly less likely that it's going to be,
60.
what's the story, Jenkins' glory?
63.
And he's not going to get much time to wake up.
Getting shown the third
Because
like Martin
Turner's
Turner.
pinned the 63 and he goes 3-0 to the good. And he's in no mood whatsoever to mess around.
To throw first. Game on.
That's very apt, considering what Tyler Thorpe's just done to Jensen Walker, because he's just Tyler thumped him. 6-1. Tyler Thorpe
63.
is within 2 games of having a tour card, and that would not be out of the question.
Norwich City 6, Coventry City 1. Tyler Thorpe has the Super
43.
Series record for least legs dropped in a day. He dropped just 1 leg on the first day of his solitary Group C campaign. That was in week 10 of Series 12.
66.
Incredible to think he had to come through a qualifier to be here. I mean, we might not see him for a couple of years, probably longer if he gets his tour card.
I don't think he's coming back here this year. He's very, very good.
28.
He's about 8 stone wet through, but he can throw like a heavyweight.
$85.
Steve Beaton is currently triumphant against Thomas Cromwell by 4 legs to 1. He's doing it, you know.
180.
And Martin Turner's doing it too. We just had a 99 average from Michael Huntley against Thornton. That was the best performance of the
45.
day. Closely followed by Turner playing a very, very good game of darts here, which might not last much longer.
100.
He is rallying here. Like a Yorkshire whippet, he is speeding towards the finishing post. This game
84.
could be wrapped up in around about 8 minutes. He'll feel like he's got 6 on this 150, barring an act of darting defiance from the
98.
bull.
Tell you 158.
That's pretty good. So is that.
120.
That could be the last start he
Montage
throws.
52.
Double 18 to wrap it up by 4 legs to nil. And what a rally towards the end that was for Martin Turner. He gets the better of Terry Jenkins to 0. The bull still pointless in this Group C. As for Martin Turner, he moves on to 4, the third player to do so. Coming up after the break, we'll see which one of Kevin Painter and Johnny Haynes can join him, Robert Thornton and Michael Huntley on 4 points.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Well, this the scene at the live lounge in Portsmouth, looking rather resplendent, looking rather yellow for the seniors showdown. And before the break, we saw Martin Turner get the better of Terry Jenkins by 4 legs to 0 to move himself on to 4 points in the group. Really good performance. We'll rally towards the end there for the Mutts Nuts. Average just underneath the 90 mark. 3 180s in the contest. 4 from 9 in terms of his finishing. And match number 9 is a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Kevin Painter. For Johnny, he kicked off his day with a 4-3 defeat to Martin Turner, a contest which he had full control of. He led 3-1, missed 9 match darts, but recovered with another last leg decider, but this time on the right side of the scoreline, getting the better of Terry Jenkins by 4 legs to 3. Kevin Painter also won out in his last game in a last leg decider, getting the better of Michael Huntley 4-3. What gives in this one, do you think, Nico?
45.
I think Haynes starts as favourite because after a couple of hiccups, he is now on the board. He really should have won the first game of the day. But he didn't. It's taken him a little bit of time to bounce back. I am intrigued, though, that Kevin is starting to use Josh Rock darts.
78.
The construct of the dart is quite similar to what he's had in the past. Maybe a little bit of a different grip texture.
58.
But the point is interesting. It's like a funnel effect from the bottom of the barrel. And you can see that there's a graduation towards the sharp end of the point.
100.
In the past, when Kevin's played at the World Championship and made the final, his darts were slightly shorter. And they had standard points in. But he has tinkered quite
100.
a lot over the last few years. Would you like a Kevin Painter factoid?
I would love a Kevin Painter factoid.
Did you know that he's played the longest game in PDC World Championship history?
Can I assume the 04 final?
Yeah. 64 legs. Just think about that for a second. 64. That's the equivalent of it being 32 legs apiece against Phil Taylor. And it went down to the very last leg.
59. Johnny O'Carr, 78.
So he might not be world champion, but he's got the longest game in the World Championship's history. Haynes could have tops.
58.
And opens the door to the possibility of being 1-0 down by missing it.
$44. Johnny
Can't
O'Carr,
afford
20.
a wild dart like that one. Haynes is extremely patient.
Getting shown the
And
first
extremely
leg, Johnny
good.
Haynes.
That's a break of throw at the start.
Second leg, Johnny to through first. Game on.
Over 64 legs, Kevin Painter averaged 90.47. Taylor 96
58.
on the button. I was actually trying to find out what the leg score was in that final, but...
Give me a second.
$100. $58.
I started researching this over the course of December because people wanted to know the biggest format that anybody had ever played. You think about the World Match Play final from 2018, 40 legs. That's the longest match play final between Gary Anderson and Mensur Suljovic. But when there were 13 sets
95.
between Taylor and Painter, it was 34-30 to Taylor. 34-30.
One of them.
Do you know how many top
40.
plus finishes were in that final? 11. Painter had 6. Taylor had 5. And we're talking about big meaty ones as well. Kevin had
96.
a 1-4-3, a 1-3-6, a 1-2-6, and 3 tiddlers. Taylor had a 1-6-1, a 1-4-4, and 3 under 130.
60.
Maybe that's a game that doesn't get enough credit. A lot of people thought that Kevin was going to win that game. They thought he was destined to do so, and he very nearly got there. I just wonder, if he'd won that game, what would have changed thereafter? Well, he would have been
97.
probably in the Premier League a little bit sooner. It would take him another 7 years to get there. But having the tag of
100.
world champion, I'm sure things
Kevin
would have
O'Carr,
been different.
113.
And also, not just a knock-on effect for Kevin Painter, but maybe the knock-on effect for the sport as a whole, because that would have been 2 years without a world title for Phil Taylor, having previously won 8 in a row. In fact, during his trophy-laden years, and I include up until 2010 in that particular metric, it was only in 2007 and 2008 where there was consecutive years where he didn't win the world title.
And that is a single 9 for Johnny. Double 8.
Game show on the second
He soon
leg,
fixed
Johnny
that,
Haynes.
didn't he? He's got patience.
Bye-bye, Kevin, to throw first.
But he's also got a spurt in him.
Game on.
Even when things go wrong. If you look at a photograph of Johnny Haynes from about 2013 to now, it looks like he hasn't aged. You don't see Johnny Haynes queuing up for the
85.
old Botox, do you? You could walk up. What's your secret, Johnny? He'd say, soap. He's old school.
100. 100. 100.
I think Kevin's getting a little bit annoyed now at missing his targets left and right.
79.
That's a little bit better. Great recovery. If you're going to miss a treble by a distance,
100.
you still want it to be a big single. You do not want it to be a big 5 or a big 1 or a big 7 or a big 3. You want to stay straight.
100.
Better. You're more likely to get a ton there with 2 straight darts preceding the last one.
Well, that was begging for a bedfellow.
139.
Then chased down with himself on 201. Painter now being forced to take out the 137. Otherwise, he could find himself a double break behind in this contest. And things are just beginning to become a little bit more tricky for Kev now. However, this would be some spark. But unable to find the first of 2 tops that he wanted, and then stayed there with the last.
He might live to regret that one, you know.
Although it does show how the game has changed.
42.
Haynes go along with tops, because once upon a time, if somebody went tops against Kevin Painter, I don't think he would have been too pleased.
True story. True story. James Wade against him at the match play. 2006 or 7, I think it was. Double top, just the one. Not
40.
able to get there.
Johnny O'Carr, 20.
Well, 2 10s for Haynes to go 3 zip to the good. It's that close that actually it's a little bit awkward. But he manages to float one over the top and fires himself 3 up. Well, you mentioned Kevin Painter's campaign in the 2004 World Championship. But he did have another tilt with the title, and he may feel like there was another opportunity that came to pass back
100.
in 2008 when Wayne Mardle, of course, beat Kirk Shepherd in the quarterfinals. He would take on, so he beat Phil Taylor in the quarterfinals, then took on Kirk Shepherd in the semi-finals. Painter was in the
95.
other semi against a certain John Part.
Yeah, he was. Speaking to Kevin about that in the past, he knows that that was as good an opportunity to be world champion as 2004.
180.
Now, think of it this way, and we're not forgetting about the fact that Haynes is very close to victory here. Just imagine if Mardle beats Shepherd and Painter
81.
beats Part, then you've got an Essex derby in the final in 2008 in North London. I mean, that would have been a great game to watch. And that would have been a new world champion as well.
And he wouldn't need a name strap about players never being on the stage for a World Championship final. Johnny Haynes, by the way, that maximum being the 100th for the week so far.
125. Johnny Carr, 161.
And he's got 6 at 161, aided and abetted by that max to wrap it up 4-0.
This has been a really good performance.
99.
And he leaves himself on 62 again. People don't leave 62 anymore because they're more likely to leave 57.
60. Johnny Carr, 62.
In spots like that.
Double top.
22.
Just
Johnny
tight.
Carr,
But Pater
140.
needs an act of dart and inspiration.
That's got to be 60 for 2 double tops. Isn't this the shot that he hit at the seniors?
I believe so. Of course, a venue where he did topple Taylor in the World Seniors Championship. He is going to look at tops. But I tell you what, the live dart one looks so inviting, and you can see because he's busted with the last. How is your luck, Kev? I can scarcely believe that. But it's presented Haynes of an opportunity, free in hand, to win 4-0, and he takes it. Well, Kevin Pater can afford a wry smile on his face. But it's Johnny Haynes who moves on to 4 points in the group. And maybe he's just beginning to march now. The man from Swindon. That's how he won that contest. 4 for 9 on his doubles, 88.5 average. Decent display from Johnny Haynes. When we return after the break, we're going to see Michael Huntley and Martin Turner in action. Well, we're 9 games down on this Thursday afternoon here at the live lounge report. So this is what we've seen at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Johnny Haynes got the better of Kevin Painter for zip. That was after Martin Turner did exactly the same to Terry Jenkins. Michael Huntley got the better of Robert Thornton 4-1. Huntley takes on Turner, Haynes takes on Thornton, and Jenkins against Painter in this cycle of matches. Here's how the table looks, and it is fairly tight and compact at the top. 4 players all tied on 4 points. Turner leading the way. In fact, the top 3 players are all on 4 points, plus 4 legs difference, and 11 legs won. That is how tight things are so far. Thornton also on 4 points plus 1. Painter with a win to his name. Terry Jenkins, the only player yet to win so far. So the winner of this meeting between Michael Huntley and Martin Turner will be the first player to move on to 6 points in this group. And it would give them a big head up and a big leg up going into their final games of the session. This is match number 10 of the session of 15 that we're broadcasting live to you here on Pluto TV. If you are watching on your smart TV and you want to take Pluto TV on the move, you can do by downloading the Pluto TV app. It's available on the Apple App Store, Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. You can take us on the move. Or if you want to watch it on your laptop, you can download the Pluto TV app to that. Or you can head over to Pluto.tv if you want to watch it on your laptop, if you're out and about on your mobile on this Thursday afternoon.
36.
And if you're watching from the UK, be careful out there because there's a storm brewing.
Storm Goretti,
41.
named by the French Weather Service.
I suppose it's got something about it.
100.
Yes, just be careful out there. Stay indoors. Watch the darts. Keep things nice and easy.
59.
Well, we've got to the quarter-final stages of UK Q School. Jack Aldridge will take on Tyler Fort. Scott Waits up against Stephen Vosney, who I've heard some really good things about from the Republic of Ireland. How about this for a last 8 tie? Steve Beaton up against Adam Leake. And Derek Coulson takes on Rhys Griffin. Scott Waits beat Jared Cole in the last leg decider 6-5 a couple of moments ago.
Huntley is starting to do stuff now. He's looking as good now as he has maybe ever been on this stage. Coming off the back of a 99 average win against Robert Thornton. Look what he's doing now. Ton plus finish, 15 dart start.
Second leg Martin.
Huntley's making his move. Now, based on what you just said about Adam Leake, the guy's from Adelaide in Australia. At what
59.
point in his career did he think, do you know what? I might get a game against Steve Beaton. He's about to get it. It's incredible.
Well, the ADC Global Championship might well be a butterfly effect for Adam because qualifying for that meant he could come over to the UK. He's managed to save up the money to stay for a couple of months and play at Q School. And who knows, he could be 3 wins away from getting his tour card and he might be making a temporary stay a permanent one.
Yeah, he might be looking for somewhere to live by the end of the day.
125.
Well, the housing market in Portsmouth is a rather interesting place at the minute.
He's not going to stay around here, is he?
41.
That's the early indications from what I've heard, yeah.
Interesting, okay.
He knows people around here, so he'd rather stay in a proximity where he knows people, which I suppose is an important thing
60.
when you're moving to a different place, and I suppose you would know from your travels abroad.
Absolutely.
58.
Don't know what it is about Southern Hampshire and Australian representatives flocking to this part of England.
Simon Whitlock, Corin Hammond, your good self.
60.
And a lot of people who have come here for the World Championship have made this their base when they've got here early.
Raymond Smith, famously.
138.
Shane Titchevich, great left-hander from Queensland. Gigi Mathers.
I do miss our friend Gigi.
I do too.
134. Madhuka
Oh, this
80.
game, they're not missing much. This is how you take out 80, is it, Martin?
60. Michael
Apparently not.
80.
Huntley might be showing you the way. Oh, he needs a recovery. And he can't get it. He knows that's a big mistake. The usually tight-lipped Huntley. Even
59.
he couldn't hide his disdain for that
20.
shot.
So 2 tails for Turner to level up at 1 apiece. 4, that is just squeezed in to the bottom
Game
left-hand
shot on the
corner of the
second leg, Martin
bed.
Turner.
Paul Hinks, the referee, had to have a second look. It is in, just about.
Game on.
It crept into the bottom left-hand corner, but in is in, and it's 1 apiece.
Oh, it's a good job darts is not like VAR, where there's 5 centimetres of
95.
obscurity. That's in. Why? Because it was in. That's what people love about darts.
19.
It's either in or it's not. Was it Florian Wirtz who was apparently not offside when he was offside?
135.
Yes.
Yeah, less said about that, the better.
And there was a controversial one last night of Harry Wilson in the Fulham-Chelsea game.
180.
Nothing controversial about that. But based on the complexity of the leg, Turner needs another big visit just to make himself favourite to take a 2-1 lead.
59.
But it should be 18s. Should have been 18s, Martin.
Well, that was a little bit more
44.
like an Enzo Lefebvre penalty, that.
$100.
Harry Wilson had quite a good night last night, didn't he? He's from Wales, just like Michael Huntley is.
7 goals for the season for Fulham.
I had a feeling you'd know that.
58. Michael Carr, 112.
Huntley is looking for the back of the net. That was a risky dart. It might pay off, though.
96.
It's about risk and reward, isn't it? The reward is getting double 16, which you want. But the risk, that dart in the way,
95.
you could
Michael
easily
Carr,
bust your score in the
16.
same way that Painter did in the previous game.
Game
2
shot on the
8s,
third
2
leg,
1.
Michael Huntley.
And it has to be said, in comparison to some of the other games that we've seen this afternoon, this
Paul
is
McMahon
being
into
played at
first. Game
Whippet-esque
on.
pace. These two definitely getting on with it.
Like they always do.
81.
Martin Turner can be described in one sentence. He's a no-nonsense player. That's it.
81.
But that kind of categorises a lot of people from his county in that age bracket. You speak to Yorkshire dart players
45.
of 50 to 60 years of age, and they're all the same. No nonsense. Turn up, play, leave.
It's just the Yorkshire mentality,
60.
isn't it? You even look at someone like Tom Sykes, who, yes, is the gimmick of the shirt, but he gets up and gets on with his job. Charlie Manby. Yes, he has the celebrations when he wins a big
55.
set or something like that, but he just gets up and gets on with the game. He just does so at ferocious pace and ferocious accuracy. And probably no player epitomises that more than Sam Spivey.
140.
Scarborough's number 2.
85.
I gather you're going for Graham Usher as number 1.
For now.
He's going to be hearing about this. I hope you know that.
100.
Don't forget about Scott Waits as well. He's from Yorkshire, just like Martin Turner is, and he's in the quarterfinals of Q School today. At the chagrin of Jared
140.
Cole.
Michael Carr, 120.
They had quite the dust-up in the last leg of their contest. Huntley is after another ton plus checkout.
Game
Oh,
shot on
my
the fourth
word.
leg, Michael Huntley.
He's playing beautifully at times now.
Fifth leg, Michael to through first. Game
There's
on.
been a lot of times when Huntley's been in this building where he's been chasing on a Thursday and Friday. Maybe this time he's more ready to own the group. Because he, based on
123.
form and the legs you've seen in this match, he's playing the best darts right now.
Really beginning to kick on. That's a second ton plus checkout of this game. A
59.
third of the day all told. The 120 joins the 102 at the beginning of this contest. And as you say, there's a lot more of a
83.
pep in his step now. He's probably looking at that table and looking how everybody's on 4 points, or the top 4 at least on 4 points. But everybody's still in play, and he's
99.
Somebody has got to stamp their authority. And he is hoping that he's the man that can do exactly that.
140.
One thing he has improved on today from earlier in the week is that his third dart has been better. It's been smoother.
85. Michael
He has
Carr,
this proclivity of throwing
155.
the last dart twitchy. Just a bit thrutchy. Where the shoulder's engaged and it does a bit of a Jockey Wilson.
81.
It's happened again there. But on the whole, today it's been a lot better. And he is going to get a shot for the match.
Finding all's well, he should get a dart at top.
134.
Turner no other
Michael
choice
Carr,
but to move
74.
over because of the dangled dart 2 into the treble 20 bed. And it's double 20 for Michael Huntley.
34.
Match
Michael
dart
Carr,
goes high and over the bar.
124.
I don't know why, but that phrasing sounds Australian. The dangle dart. Nothing is dangling here.
41. Michael Carr, 40.
Or maybe Turner's chances of another 2 points are dangling by a thread. Looks like Huntley's got the scissors.
Getting shot in the match.
Tops
Michael
is found.
Huntley.
Michael Huntley moves on to 6 points in the group. He gets the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 1. And he really is beginning to build ahead of stride in the second half of this session. Really good performance that. Average of 92.5, 4 from 6 in terms of his finishing. Aided and abetted by those couple of Tub Plus checkouts, the 102 and the 120. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, Johnny Haynes takes on Robert Thornton.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia require
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match!
and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Well, match 11 of our afternoon session here at the live lounge in Portsmouth is a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Robert Thornton, both players on 4 points in this Group C. Before the break, we saw our first player move on to 6. Michael Huntley getting the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 1. Decent performance from Mike, average of 92.4, 4 from 6 in terms of his finishing. A couple of ton plus checkouts in there. And now he holds the clubhouse lead as far as this Group C is concerned. It's Thornton and Haynes to the Oki now. The winner will join him, as I say, on that 6-point mark. Thornton started the day so well. He won each of his opening 2 matches. A couple of decent performances to kick off. But
95.
A below par display against Mike Huntley, who, to be fair, averaged 99.5 in that particular fixture. 80. He's looking to get back on the board against Haynes, who beat Kevin Painter 4-0 last time out. On his last 2, having lost his opener, and he piles in the game's first max.
93.
Well, here's a bit of a quizzical one for you. These two have met on the PDC Tour a couple of times.
100.
In a Players' Championship at the back end of 2012, which was won by Robert Thornton by 6 legs to 1. But you might be wondering why
41.
Robert was not part of the very first European Tour event back in 2012. It's because Johnny Haynes stopped him in qualifying.
40.
That was the year that Robert won the UK Open. But he still had to try and qualify for the Austrian Darts Open that
100.
year, which was ultimately won by Justin Pipe.
86.
And he didn't get to Wiener Neustadt because Johnny beat him by 6 legs to 2.
Getting shown the first
And he's 1-0 up on this one. We're starting to see these players get better starts in these matches. We've seen it from Huntley, we're seeing it from Haynes. And we're seeing it from Haynes in multiple matches too. Because this is the kind of start he had against Kevin Painter as well.
$135.
We mentioned at the start of the day that you feel like Johnny Haynes will outpower
45.
most opponents in terms of his scoring prowess. But Robert Thornton's somebody that, and we've seen evidence of it this week, we've seen evidence of it today, that can go pound
36.
for pound if Haynes keeps piling him in.
Well, the thing about Johnny that's different to Robert is that every dart that Robert throws, it just has this extra bit of passion. Passion comes from effort. Effort spends energy. Look how much energy goes into every dart that Johnny throws. Very little. He's a laissez-faire kind of player. He chucks them with ease.
99.
He's one of those guys in an interview who will say, if they go, they go, and if they don't, they don't. And you think, well, that's just copy and paste. But it does have its benefits.
140.
Because he doesn't spend emotional broadband.
It's not the absolute barometer for success, because I raise you the theorem of Richie Burnett.
80.
But
Johnny O'Connor 90.
it is an unwritten rule that those are the most laissez-faire throws, as you say, are the ones that are more akin to longevitised success. As Haynes finds a double 15. 15 followed by 14. 2-0 to the good Johnny Haynes, averaging 103.66.
Yes, double 15, which has now been hit to win 2 PDC World Darts Championships. 30 years apart.
59.
But there's also a synergy about that 30 years apart, because that double 15 for Taylor to win in 1996 against Dennis Priestley saw him win his 2nd PDC World Championship on the trot. That double 15 for Littler 30 years on saw him win his 2nd PDC World Championship on the trot. And it was around about 1996 when Sid Waddell said this kid could beat them all by saying that he could go on to break records. He'll be the dominant force in the sport. And really, it was from that
100.
success onwards which saw Taylor emerge to be the player to beat for so many years. And possibly now we're looking at the sport and we're looking at the
97.
The construct of the game, and you'd say that Luke Littler is the player to he is the player to beat, and there's a possibility he could go on and dominate now.
96.
I think he already is.
All he has to do is wiggle a couple of titles off of Mr. Humphreys, Masters in the Premier League. How do you appear off the can?
Well, it's not going to be that easy. There were years when Taylor was at his peak.
98.
And he didn't win tournaments. People like Robert used to stop him at the UK Open in 2012. And you will not find a person on planet Earth who respects Robert as a player more than Phil Taylor. Robert knows this.
140.
And he's humbled by it. But Haynes is the better player in this one. Very much so. But he has been in this position already today. And he did fluff his lines a little bit.
Game on.
However, he's averaging 100. Which is not out of character, because when he was in the early stages of the ADC Global Championship,
125.
he was hammering in some very good numbers.
45 darts for the opening 3 legs for Johnny Haynes.
60.
You've got a bit of intel about Johnny's darts as well, haven't you?
Yes. So, we spoke about how these darts are so old, it's
66.
probably older than Father Time itself. Now, this is actually a second set. So, he had an original set for 41 years. They were 21 gram.
140.
New ended up, they were 21 grams. They then ended up going down to 15 gram, 13 gram, and 12 grams. 10 years ago
40.
for Q School, he had this specific set made because his old darts, basically, they'd seen the light of day. Initially, he got the 15 gram set, which is probably nestled down to about 12 grams now. And it's a set that he's had for the best part of 10 years.
I think he's getting to the stage where he needs another set made.
Johnny O'Carr 161.
But he probably doesn't want to, because he's playing so well with these ones.
Like the MVG Old Faithfuls. Well, Thornton's hit this one today. You may need to get it again.
170.
Again? Not again. And he will be fearing the worst now.
98.
In a game
Johnny
between
O'Carr,
two people who got 4
24.
points, it might be Haynes who goes to 6.
2 12s. Ah, the old 99 3. Doesn't have to go straight away for Dolphy. He could split this 2 2. Caught in a couple of mines. And that led to indecision.
Robert O'Carr 72.
Oh, Robert, what you done?
64.
He thought it was in the single.
Johnny O'Carr 24.
Well, Johnny Haynes is going to put him out of his misery because he finds the double 12 to seal a 4-0 victory. The average in the end just under the ton, 98.5 all told. 4 from 7 on his doubling, but winning legs of 15, 14, 16, 16. What a performance that was from Johnny Haynes. He finds himself on 6 points in the group to the detriment of Robert Thornton. Next up, Terry Jenkins and Kevin Painter meeting at the bottom 2.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go over the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Double 10. And Scotland are off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Burnett steps out for Richie Burnett, does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in live now. Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed 1 more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural Live darts every Saturday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and you can join us here at the Modus Super Series. Scan that QR code. It takes you to a website called www.dartshop.tv, and you can be here any Saturday you so wish to be here for. You'll get the chance to meet some stars of the past, potentially some talents of the future, and who knows who you might bump into. Only 6 weeks ago, you could have watched a certain Charles Manby in action, picking up a Champions Week title. A couple of years ago, you could have watched Luke Littler play here. You could have watched Kian Van Veen play here. You just never know who you're going to see on the road to stardom here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Or on a week like this, you could watch some old legends go head-to-head and duke it out on this fabled stage. Kevin Pater and Terry Jenkins going head-to-head in game 12 of the afternoon session. Two players at the bottom of the group. Painter having picked up just the one win from his opening 3 games. Terry Jenkins yet to pick up points on his return to competitive action.
You're becoming that guy that likes to use people's full name, aren't you? Like Samuel Spivey and Charles Manby.
43.
Well, it's Terence Jenkins. You know who used to do that? The great Dave Lanning. If you were called Andy, you'd get
60.
Andrewed. He'd say Terence Jenkins. He'd just do it birth certificate style, which used to be really classy.
One of the holy trinity of commentators
26.
that kicked the PDC off him. Of course, the great Sid Waddell and John Gwynn, who unfortunately no longer with us.
60.
I can't account for meeting Dave or Sid, but I did have a couple of interactions with John. And what a lovely
58.
man he was. He actually, before the first time I commentated here, just before he passed, he sent me a private message on Twitter wishing me all the very best with my commentary career.
He was like that. John was great company. Loved his Man City games. Loved darts. My word, did he love this
45.
sport. All 3 of them did. I think if you were going to have one word association with those 3, Dave would be classy.
130.
Sid, crazy. Gwynny, passionate. And Kevin Painter and Terry Jenkins have been lucky
97.
enough in their careers
35.
to have all 3 commentate on their matches.
Well, we've not quite got a booming Lancastrian voice. We do have a Geordie here in the commentary box.
Getting shot on the first leg,
Oh, there
Terry
you go.
Jenkins.
That's cracking, isn't it? Yeah, Sid grew up in Ellington
Second leg,
Village,
Kevin to throw
just up
first.
the coast
Game on.
from where I grew up. Hence why I could understand every word he said. But he was an Oxford graduate as well. If you haven't read his book, I'd highly recommend it. It's really insightful, not just for his life, but for the progression of darts through Yorkshire and eventually going national and worldwide.
And not just a darts commentator, he was a
100.
very, very good author. He actually wrote Jossie's Giants, famous children's TV programme.
Did you ever see that?
I haven't, no, but
That was a big deal when we were kids. Jossie's Giants is what you wanted to watch when you go back from school.
140.
And apart from darts, he commentated on the first few editions of the Moscone Cup pool tournament.
He sure did. He was more than just a hat rack with
60.
Sid.
That's what I love about these seniors weeks, because you get this opportunity to go down these little rabbit holes and go down memory lane and rekindle some of the stories of yesteryear.
43.
And these are the things that people need to remember. Darts is not just about the 2 looks and having a boom right now. The boom is 50 years on from very important work. Even before the first World Championship in 1978. A lot of people's first memory, people of my generation, their first memory of darts is seeing a shirt like Kevin's being worn by a certain Eric
97.
Bristow in the 80s. But you got to remember, he was a dart player before the red shirt.
84.
And of course, the oldest major in the sport, or one of the oldest majors in the sport, is the British Open, a trophy which Kevin Painter picked up back in 1997 when he beat Terry Jenkins, his old sparring
100.
partner, Andy the Pie Man Smith in the final.
1997 Pie Man. That would have been with hair. Curly hair.
84. Kevin Dakar,
He's rather slender these days as the Pie Man.
And 1997 also appropriate because of the shirt that Kevin Painter's got on. Not just did he win the British Open that year, but Eric Bristow had that Renaissance run to the semi-finals at the Circus Tavern, and he gave Taylor one heck of a contest.
Kevin seems to be taking a bit more time than usual. Seems to be struggling a bit, which is sad to see.
$56. Terry Dakar, 150.
That's what I'm talking about when it comes to what was once so easy can then become so difficult. It's not just the standard, it's actually
60.
just the practice
Kevin
of throwing the
Dakar,
dart can
88.
become very difficult as well. He's taken the aiming aspect out of it, and it hasn't worked on this occasion.
40.
Well, the
Terry
ball
Dakar,
may
90.
just get a dart at the bull to double his lead to 2-0. But he's diverted wide. Has to find a treble here. Finds the treble 15, double top. Would have been a splendid
Kevin Dakar,
recovery after
48.
having his first dart. Painter look at a double 16 to level up.
Getting shown
Double
the second
16
leg,
is found to
Kevin
level
Painter.
up. But actually, you look at the British Open,
Felt
as
like
you
Terry
mentioned,
did
one of the most
first.
prestigious
Game on.
majors on the BDO, now the WDF circuit. But actually, when you look at the tournament now, it holds a different place within the world of darts. Because you look at some of the winners in recent times,
140.
actually picking up this title was a big springboard to then further their careers. Cameron Menzies won that tournament in 2016, beat Richard Vainstra 6-1. We know what he's gone on to achieve. Richard Vainstra won it in 2018.
39.
He's now very much a tour card holder. Connor Scott got to the final, should have beaten Scott Marsh, but didn't. But two of the last three winners are two names I think we're going to hear a lot over the next few years. One is a two-time world champ in Luke Littler. He won the 2023 edition of that tournament. And then in 2025, Mitchell Laurie averaged 102.95 in beating Ryan Hogarth 5-0 in that
43.
final.
Ah, the new JDC World Champion. Beating Kaya Weisel in the final. Seen a few of those JDC finals at the Palace, you know, Henry.
60.
Haven't seen as many people watching the final as the one we've just seen. My word, that place was bouncing at around about 20 past 12 in the afternoon on the 20th of December.
44.
Everybody's invested in junior darts now. Everybody wants to watch it. Everybody wants to get into it.
Well, we could be going from the Littler effect to Mitchell mania. Because that was
170.
certainly what swept around Eld Lakey when he made it through to the final and lost to Jimmy Van Schie.
You are not going to let that go, are you? That old Lakey thing.
100. Terry Dakar, 31.
Well, Painter's not going to let this leg slide. He's going to keep plugging away if Terry misses.
2 fours.
23.
Just clips the wire. But it has to be said, this is a lot more like it from Terry Jenkins. He's really bringing his numbers up now to the boil. We said earlier on this afternoon, didn't we, that it may take him a couple of games to get up to speed, but it very much feels as if he is so now.
65. Terry Dakar, 8.
He's only a couple of wins behind second spot in the table.
Getting shown the
And he's
third
now
leg,
like
Terry
ahead.
Jenkins.
Taking leads today.
Fourth leg,
It hasn't
Kevin
really been his
first.
forte.
Game
I
on.
wonder what he's going to do with this one. And you've been talking about tournaments from previous years. Well, how about this one? Probably an open you've never heard of.
56.
Called the Open Oost Nederland. 2003. It used to be a PDC ranked event.
125.
You might wonder, well, why is he bringing that up? Terry Jenkins won it in 2003, his first PDC title. That was, give or take a few months,
99.
23 years ago. He beat Kevin Painter in the semi-finals. That was their first meeting post meeting in
100.
Ireland earlier that year. Jenkins actually won their first 4 meetings. So every time he beat Painter, he was onto a winner.
95.
He was going deep in tournaments a lot in 2003 and 2004. But when you win your first PDC title, you tend to remember everybody you've beat en route.
97.
And Jenkins will remember, even 23 years later, he beat Kevin when winning that event in the Netherlands. Beat Kevin in the semis. Any prizes for guessing who we beat in the final, Henry?
You're not tricking me here, are you?
55.
No, not at all.
Peter Manley.
No. Pretty close. Another person who made it to world number 1, Colin Lloyd.
Just having a look at the construct
83.
of the PDC Pro Tour and the Players' Championship. In fact, it started back in 2000. We'll talk about it a little bit more in the next leg because we're coming towards the end of leg 4.
81.
But it's a really interesting
Car
story.
96.
As Jenkins looks at 96. They go 3-1 to the good. Treble 17 for tops. Unable to get, and so Painter looking at 115 to square the contest up.
Now, what's Kevin going to do here?
36. Kevin Car 115.
19s? Now it's got to be 20s. I think his aim point here should be a centimetre above the 60. You do not want to leave this short. Great dart. Double 18.
$79.
A lot of effort in that shot, but it
60.
almost had dividends.
Tops for TJ.
He doesn't like that.
40.
And he won't like that either.
36.
I don't think he liked the first dart at tops because it was so out of range. Double 14 instead then.
8. Car 20.
So Jenkins presented with another gilt-edged chance. 2 10s for 3-1. And a
Range
crucial
on the
breaker
fourth leg,
throw as
Terry
well, and it
Jenkins.
means that Jenkins is going to win this match all of a sudden. And it will be
Perfect
his
Terry
first
to
win of the
first.
day.
Game on.
The only player yet to pick up points in this group. As I mentioned, let's have a look at the development of the Players' Championship, because
59.
we are going down darting memory lane, and this is how the Players' Championship was constructed. So the first Players' Championship took place in 2003. It was to commemorate PDC official Bobby Bourne. It was a tournament that was organised in Blackpool prior to the World Match Play Championship with decent prize
96.
money on offer. And prior to that, a lot of the PDC ranking tournaments are still very much scattered across the calendar, some of it
40.
under different affiliations, different organisations. And the tournament was proved to be the stepping stone to a new structure where the PDC itself held control of the organisation and prize money.
100.
The first win of a Pro Tour, no surprise, Phil Taylor beat John Part to win the first Bobby Bourne Memorial. And the second year, the PDPA, the Professional Dart Players Association, invested to build up more of a circuit. So in 2004, 5 Players
22.
Championship events appeared on the calendar. And as the years went on, more and more events took place. The 5 events in 2004 were scattered across a period from July
140.
before the World Match Play to November in Blackpool, Newport, Dublin, Rotterdam and Edinburgh. Tournaments won by Phil Taylor, Wayne Mardle, Colin Lloyd, Ronnie Baxter and a certain
99.
Mark Dubbridge.
Car 106.
Yeah, he was rather good back then. Jenkins looking for match point. Not yet. That was not far away, as you've just seen.
98.
Stacks the dart beautifully to set up match point for the next shot.
So 2 4s to complete a
40.
4-1 victory to get
Heavy
his
car
first win
8.
on the board in this group. Outside, outside, inside, and it gives Painter an outside chance at keeping this game alive.
Now, what's the ultimate irony here? If Kevin goes 60 bull. Oh my, double top. You can obviously see that he's more uncomfortable when going for a double than a treble. And he's going through a process at which he can throw the best dart possible. If that had gone in, that would have been a heroic 160.
So 2-2 to Jenkins to get his first 2 points on the board. And finally, the Bull has something to cheer about. A 4-1 victory over Kevin Painter means that he finds his first win of the day. At the tail of the tape, when we return, Haynes takes on Huntley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've finished the 4th round of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. Michael Huntley got the better of Martin Turner 4-1. Johnny Haynes beat Robert Thornton 4-0, and Terry Jenkins beat Kevin Painter before the break by 4 legs to 1. 3 more games to go. Johnny Haynes taking on Michael Huntley, Kevin Painter taking on Martin Turner, and Robert Thornton up against Terry Jenkins. So let's have a look at the table, because we've got 3 more matches to go, and as you can see, it's fairly uniform. Johnny Haynes and Michael Huntley both with 6 points respectively. Martin Turner and Robert Thornton both with 4. Terry Jenkins and Kevin Painter, they sit bottom of the pile with just 2 points apiece. So Haynes and Huntley go head to head. The winner of this game will go top of the group overnight. They will finish on 8 points. They will be in an unassailable position at the summit, and they would of course face one another at the beginning of tomorrow afternoon session. So a chance for one of these two to really stake a case, muster an authority in this group. And you also get the feeling if it's Johnny Haynes that's the player that gets to 8 points,
96.
You don't feel like he's going to be dropping much tomorrow either.
Not at all. At times today he's looked really good, but I've been really impressed with Michael Huntley at times.
82.
He's just been a bit more up and down. I think Johnny's been a bit more dependable, but that's the thing about this kind of round-robin format, isn't it? You can be consistent
43.
up against a streaky player, but you can have the same amount of points after the same amount of rounds played. That's exactly where we stand.
60.
Now, if you are a fan of bronzed Adonises,
I think it's Adonai, isn't it?
Well, yes.
180.
You won't be much of a fan of Leaks, because Adam Leake has deposed of Steve Beaton 6-5. He
85.
takes on Tyler Thorpe, who was one of our young stars of 2025, here at the Live Lounge. Getting my years mixed up.
96.
One of the stars of 2025 for a tour card.
I will step aside because the plural of Adonis is Adonises.
121. Johnny Cat 86.
86 for Haynes to strike an early first blow. Bullseye.
41.
Well, that was wide
Michael
and
Leclerc,
wild.
That was in orbit. And that just didn't feel likely. Even though he does have a 155 today.
Well, no player has more ton plus checkouts than Michael Huntley today. He's had 3 so
25.
far. The 155, as you say, the
45.
102, and the 120 also to his name. Tops to Haynes.
5. Michael Leclerc,
He was getting closer, but he ran out of darts. 64 the bull. Can't
85.
find this one.
Johnny Leclerc 40.
Haynes has got more in the locker,
Haynes
but
on
only
first
needs the
leg, Johnny
one.
Haynes. Second leg, Michael to throw first. Game on.
If you can see the difference in the first start of the day compared to the last for Johnny Haynes, then you know more about him than I do.
100.
His expression never changes. He's like a freeze frame. He's like a hologram playing darts.
And even when you
100.
interview him, and we've both had the pleasure of doing so on a number of occasions, you ask him all sorts of intrinsic questions, and you just give your a wry smile on your face and say,
95.
I just went up there and enjoyed myself.
He's not one for sports psychology. He's not one for the evolution of the sport. He still plays in the old school way.
58.
And it's still very effective. So why would he change?
Maybe sometimes there's no school like the old school.
True, but still, you can't leave 343
96.
all the time and expect to get away with it.
Well, Johnny Haynes is one of those players, and I am quoting on quote here because I've spoken to him about this in the past.
140.
Well, I hit the treble 20 for every other dart in the leg, so why am I moving to a different target when it comes to setting up? A la Martin Adams.
Fair enough. And if you look at his
81.
stems, I'm not even sure they still sell those. They are the kind of stems that would have been in the Red Dragon catalogue in the 1980s.
58. Michael Carr,
And they don't even come with
129.
spring rings. He's put them on himself.
$88. Johnny Carr, 145.
That's not going to go for Haynes, but he would like to leave tops.
130.
That
Michael
is not
Carr,
a bonus.
41.
He would much rather have 40 than 15. Huntley's been rather good on double 16 today.
Getting shown in the
Rather
second
good
leg, Michael
indeed.
Huntley.
Squares us up, one apiece.
Third leg, Johnny to
It has to be said, towards
Game
the
on.
latter half of the session, Michael Huntley has found a level in excess. It was a sedate start for the Welshman, a couple of averages in the low to mid-70s.
135.
But then he had that performance against Robert Thornton in Game 7, averaged just a shade under the ton. 4 from 6 on his doubles, had that 155. Then averaged 92.5 and change against
174.
Martin Turner last time out. The 2-ton plus finishes in that particular contest as well. And he's kicked off this leg perfectly.
59.
He's found levels here.
Levels that he attains a lot in Wales when he plays domestic darts. Maybe less so in this
140.
building, but that's what this senior showdown could do for him in 2026. If he finds a really good level of performance here this week, it might have a ripple effect.
It's a question we've
140.
asked for a long time. Can it click on the big stage for Michael Huntley? Because we know how good he is on the floor. Maybe this week, and we have
100.
seen
Johnny Carr,
indications of better
167.
performances here the last few times. Is this the week it finally all comes together for Mike? And he's going to get a look at the 87 here to get the break.
139. Michael Carr, 87.
This would be a world-class 12 darter. Bullseye.
62. Johnny
Not
Carr,
quite.
28.
This has been a wonderful leg of darts.
Splits this. Never in doubt.
24. Michael Carr, 25.
There was doubt, but on the outer ring. This corner of the board again.
Getting shown the third leg,
And
Michael
it works
Huntley.
again. Well, there's been a big development in the world of darts in the
Fourth leg,
last
Michael to throw
60
first.
seconds because
Game
the
on.
first tour card has been booked by Arno Merck. Someone who had a brilliant world championship. But he's now a tour card holder.
100.
And I'm sure he's looking forward to giving Michael van Gerwen a couple of contests in 2026. Many congratulations, Arno.
He was given a bit of experience
80.
at the Palace, wasn't he? First game against Kim Huybrechts, then Peter Wright, then Michael van Gerwen.
And we could be close to our next tour card holder being confirmed. And that player could well be Jeffrey Desvan. He's 5-4
100.
up on the pole. Philip Bereza. Or Bereza, however it's pronounced. Meanwhile, in the UK, Rhys Griffin
100.
is 2-0 up on Scott Waite. Adam Leake, averaging a ton, is 2-1 up on Tyler Thorpe. 4 legs away from winning his tour card.
100.
You know what they say about winter? Leaks are in season. This looks beautiful.
140.
I think if Haynes walks away from today with 6 points, he'll be disappointed.
He would have eyed this group up, Johnny Haynes, without any shadow of a doubt. When he got the invitation, he would have known he'd be playing
125.
Group C on Thursday and Friday, and he would have fancied his chances of doing severe damage.
You were saying? He's hit it again.
170. Michael Carr, 76.
He wanted 25 twice. He's hit the bull twice.
The accidental fish. Nothing accidental about this.
56.
Just drops
Johnny
low.
Carr, 11.
You say the accidental fish. What were you fishing for? You were magnet fishing, weren't you? Looking for 11.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Johnny
Stranger things have
Haynes.
happened.
Fifth leg, Johnny to throw
Desmond,
first.
2-2.
Game on.
You seen anything about magnet fishing? Big thing in America. They throw those big magnets over the bridges and then they
81.
get these big electromagnets to pull up what they can from the riverbeds. It's amazing what they dredge up.
I've got a pal that likes to
132.
fish, which means that all I am is a fisherman's friend.
That makes me a tumbleweed salesman.
140.
Oh, look at that. What a beautiful 140 that was from Haynes. Those darts might not be more than 12 grams. But boy, can you get them very close together. Just like that.
180.
Off stump, leg stump twice.
Can we please not talk about cricket? It's still rather vulnerable. Sore subject,
83.
Nico.
Apparently so.
Anyway, who are you supporting during the Ashes?
Moving swiftly on. Well, Huntley has scored 4 here to leave 185. 15s is a good player. Could go 18s.
8.
That has not worked out very well at all.
Well, the door of opportunity is more than ajar for Johnny Haynes. He's crowbarring it open.
99.
He'll take that. He's himself on a 2-darter after 12 on throw. Michael Huntley, I feel like he's missed a big opportunity. He scored so well at the beginning of the leg, but that previous score has
100. Johnny O'Connor,
absolutely
98.
decimated him.
This could. No splitting here.
79.
I'm actually quite
Michael
surprised he
O'Connor,
didn't.
81.
.74 left, trouble 14. Unable to get, and so
41.
Haynes.
Johnny O'Connor, 19.
He's got options here on the 19. And decides to go for double 8.
Getting shown the 5th leg, Johnny
Bang
Haynes.
in the middle, 3-2 up.
I quite like what he's just done because he's won the leg.
Six
But I'm
leg Michael for the
surprised he
first.
did not
Game
go
on.
for 11-4-4.
Now, you may have heard a bit of silence in that last leg because our jaw was firmly put to the floor.
140.
Nico, would you care to explain what's happened in Kalko in Germany?
Second tour card has been won by a Polish player
140.
beating Jeffrey de Zwaan by 6 legs to 5. Filip Bereja. Hand on heart, never heard of him. He's won a tour
100.
card. Now we're going to have to dig deep to find out what this guy's about. Well done, Philip.
Means another pole on tour.
140.
Part of the Christoph Ratajski effect. Which is a thing.
It's not bad for a so-called journeyman.
100. $100. Michael
That
McCarr,
is match point
161.
Haynes if this is not found. That would have been something else. There's a movie coming out soon called Project Hail Mary, by the way. That was filmed in Southsea, just down the road.
64.
Starring Ryan Gosling.
Johnny O'Carr,
That was a Hail Mary
121.
attempt there from Huntley.
Is this going to be a pole driver to win it for Haynes? Treble 17. Would have left the ball to win it. Huntley's going to get one
57.
final stay of
Michael McCarr,
execution here.
97.
97 to take us to a decider. Treble 18. Unable to get. Haynes should get a match start here.
He keeps hitting that small
65.
4 when going for the 18s.
Johnny O'Carr, 64.
That's a constant miss, which he can't afford to do tomorrow.
Double
showing the
8,
match, Johnny Haynes.
40 darter, and Johnny Haynes is going to finish on 8 points. He finishes top of the group overnight. It's his group to lose when it comes to Friday in Group C at the Seniors Showdown. A 4-2 victory for Johnny Haynes, an average of 95.33, 4 from 11 on his doubles. Coming up next, Kevin Painter takes on Martin Turner.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart. for that.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game. of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darton tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Darton double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back. We're here at the Modus Super Series. We're live in Portsmouth in the United Kingdom on this Thursday afternoon. The clock has struck 5 o'clock and the chase is on to see who is going to topple Johnny Haynes tomorrow, because he is the table topper overnight, having got the better Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 2. Really good performance from Johnny before the break. Average of 95.33, 4 from 11 when it came to their finishing. Kev Painter and Martin Turner, match number 14 of the session. For Martin, he can move on to 6 points level with Michael Huntley. For Kev, because of his defeat to Terry Jenkins and the margin of defeat
57.
Last time out, he now finds himself to the bottom of the Group C pile. We do have some news for you from Milton Keynes, because
54.
Congratulations to Reese Griffin, who has retained his PDC Tour card, getting the better of Scott Waits by 6 legs to 0. So we're going to see Reese
95.
on tour for another couple of years. Second tilt at the pro circuit for him.
Yes, many congratulations to Reese.
125.
Who's got the dream qualifying school campaign out of the road. 1 day and done. That's what Steve Lennon did
39.
a couple of years ago. He lost his card, went to Q school 1 day, got it back, and bye-bye.
Let's hope he can get cancellation on the hotel room.
125.
I don't think he could be overly perturbed about that, to be honest. Still one more game outstanding. We'll tell you the result of that before we go off air at around about 6 o'clock this
44.
evening. 2 more matches to go. Painter v Turner here, and then we'll finish up the afternoon with a match between Robert Thornton and Terry Jenkins.
85.
You know this is a derby match, don't you? Between two people named after medieval trades. Painter speaks for itself. Turner is someone who uses a lathe to make things like chair legs. And very ornate bits and bobs.
98. Master car 112.
6 from here. Good find. Double 16.
96.
Just on the inside.
I'm not sure that Kevin's enjoying this now. I think this is becoming rather hard work.
92.
A bit like turning
Master car 16.
a square chair leg into a round one, which is actually very hard.
Getting shot on the first leg,
And Martin Turner could walk away from today with 6 points and firmly in
Second
the
leg,
frame.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
And we should also note as well that this is the 4th consecutive day's play for Kevin this week because he played at Q School in Milton Keynes
58.
on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Didn't go to plan for him there. I know he's spoken about getting as much match practice as possible, and that felt far more fluent from the artist. But I just wonder as the year progresses where he has to be maybe just a little bit careful about where his
60.
match practice comes from. I.e. not doing too much too soon.
I think at some point, if we do have
57.
Kevin under a microphone again, the question to ask him is, what's the end game? Do you just want to keep playing? Is there anything else you
45.
want to accomplish? I have to remember as well, he's not retirement age.
44.
He's a very astute man. He's not one of those dart players who has spent every penny he's had. He's been very wise.
29.
But he might not be in the position to retire just yet. So, financially speaking, he might have to play a little bit longer just to get himself to
31.
60 or 62. But I think it's something else. I think deep, deep down, he knows that he can still play this game, and there's something stopping him.
99.
And if there's one thing we know about Kev, and we both know Kev well enough, you more than me, is he knows that if there's something that he can overcome, he feels he can overcome, he will try everything in his power to be able to do it.
Yeah, this is just another challenge.
99.
Some people talk about the fire in the belly. If you don't have that, you can't play competitive sport. Kevin doesn't have a fire. He's got a volcano.
58. Kevin Ducan 90.
His fire burns brighter than most. Even some of the kids in the sport, he's still got it. And he
60.
almost had a little
Martin
style
Carl,
finish there on double
152.
15 for 90.
Kevin Painter would be the type that would want to race a
44.
granny down an aisle of a
Kevin Ducan,
supermarket and
30.
try and win. Well, that rather distorted Painter's view.
The right shot here is top third. Well, that leaves double 13.
Getting shot on the second leg. Kevin
Very,
Painter.
very interesting because he was going for one of the most fashionable doubles.
Third leg Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And then he ends up on the second least hit double, which he hit. No laughing matter.
100.
Well, after 40 years of officiating, I think we've finally broken Paul Hinks.
85.
Yeah, you've all got a sense of humour.
85.
Life is too short not to have a little bit of a giggle now and again.
And Kev is one of those that really does enjoy a good laugh with pals.
60.
And him and Paul Hinks have been together for many, many shows and exhibitions over the years.
This is more like it.
121.
Yeah, Kevin's had some really close pals over the years to keep him giggling on the hockey during practice. People like Alex Roy.
59.
You see those two together. They're like the governors. I'm not sure if they spend any time together these days. They're in different circles.
60.
Kevin's still got a lot of friends in this sport. Martin's pretty much part of the Yorkshire Mafia when it comes
96. Kevin Carr,
to darts
135.
himself and Terry Temple. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Kevin. Goodbye, leg.
Like Kevin Painter.
Where'd that come from?
Fourth leg Martin to throw first. Game on.
Considering how many countries he's played in, I'm not sure if he's ever played in Japan, but sayonara to that one. He doesn't even know how he's hit it.
100.
You know what, Kev? That's pure talent.
Well, that was certainly giving something to smile about. And what has at times been a rather forlorn day for the artist.
$100.
There's a very famous line by Jerry Maguire. He said, nobody ever said winning was cheap. Well, if I may change one of the words.
83.
Nobody ever said winning was easy.
And I thought he said, show me the money.
No, that was Cuba Gooding Jr.
82.
He said it before Jerry Maguire.
I watched when Harry met Sally for the first time over Christmas.
140.
Is that the second movie you've ever seen? That's a great movie, by the way.
Then I watched 4 Weddings and a Funeral.
I'm starting
81.
to see a pattern here. So they're about 7 years apart. So you're going to watch Notting Hill next.
Oh, no. Let's not go that far. I'll be honest, it was just whatever was on the TV at night.
60. Matthew Carr, 138.
138 is on offer. Is not got.
98.
But can
Kevin
Painter
Carr,
back up the
158.
135 or 158? And if he does, then he will hit Martin Turner exactly where it hurts, but wide it goes. And so Turner back for tops.
44. Matthew Carr, 40.
To bring this game back to an equilibrium.
Gage on the
Just like that,
Martin
when
Turner.
Martin and Kevin met, it was 2-2.
Fifth leg Kevin to throw first.
Doesn't have
Game on.
the same ring to it. When Martin met Kevin.
Well, as long as they're not in a sandwich
46.
shop, we're absolutely fine.
That's a very famous deli.
People want to sit on
80.
that said infamous table. Anyway, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's move on.
You just look at Painter on the right-hand side of your
55.
screen, and you can see that he still wants it. I say it twice because he wants it twice as much as earlier. He's got a victory today.
125.
He has had bad days on Thursdays and Fridays here before. If he walks away with 4 points here today, and he's got the same as Turner,
30.
what does that tell us about Kevin? Even when the deck is stacked against him, he's still very useful.
To paraphrase
44.
Rocky, it's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you get hit and then keep moving forwards.
$100.
Ton just chips away the score for Painter.
$60.
Last thing he needs right there is to stray away from the 60 or the 20.
86.
He almost rescued it.
$80.
Well, Painter's got to have a target here of leaving 84. 2 darter, Minimum. He does not want to stray outside of the 20 bed here. I think that's on his mind. He doesn't want to hit 81.
100.
That's okay.
Matthew Carr, 112.
As long as he gets a shot.
112 for Turner. He's been threatening finishes like this all day. He's had the 102 in his opening leg of the session.
56. Kevin Carr, 84.
84 for Pater to go one away. 2 6s.
Can you show the
how
fifth leg,
good is
Kevin
that?
Pater?
Talk about recovery. Multifaceted
Martin to throw
recovery
first.
is
Game
what
on.
you've just seen from Kevin Painter. He's now 3-2 up.
Well, we have some breaking news for you. We've got an Australian on tour in 2026
45.
because Adam Leake, who's only in the United Kingdom because he qualified for the ADC Global Championship in November, is a PDC
140.
tour card holder. He has beaten Tyler Fort by 6 legs to 5 in his semi-final to win himself a 2-year tour
99.
card. He actually said his one dream of Q School was to get to stage 2 and meet Dan Dawson. Well, not just has he got to stage 2, he's going to meet Dan Dawson, he's got a 2-year tour card.
45.
His life just got a lot more complicated. I hope he likes visa applications.
81.
Because his is about an inch thick.
Well, many congratulations to Adam. He's been a welcome addition here at the Live Lounge over the last months. In fact, he's been spending the last 2.5 months living in Portsmouth. He's pretty much a resident these days.
125.
Well, first things first, he's going to have to book a flight home and figure something out.
Well, he hasn't got long because the World Masters in a couple of weeks' time.
Indeed.
60.
And he's got the record because Adam Leake is a tour card holder who's played the least amount of days at the Super Series to win a card because he came in on one day
100.
in Series 12, Week 12, Group C, after a withdrawal. Midway through the competition, he played one day plus the Global, and now he's on tour. But anyway, Painter here, looking at
46.
91 to complete a 4-2
Kevin Carr,
win.
91.
What a great dart. Double top. This has been the difficult shot. Not necessarily the match shot. The key doubles.
51. Matthew Carr, 170.
Well, how is your luck, Martin? Can't be done now. And so Pater back
44.
for Tots to complete
Kevin
a
Carr, 40.
4-2 win and to finish off his day with 4 points. Double 15.
10.
He's not fouled.
Matthew Carr, 126.
That's 4 darts to win this game that's come and gone for the artist.
Well, this is a really difficult treble 19 to find. He had the angle. He
58.
didn't have the execution.
Kevin Carr, 30.
Now, what does Kevin do? Does he back himself at double 15? He's going to have to go high. It's a beautiful
Kevin
dart.
Painter.
And Kevin Painter will finish today on 4 points alongside Martin Turner. And how they got those 4 points, 2 very different journeys. That game was a bit of a journey, but it did have that incredible 135 on tops. With the 4-2 victory, that's what Kevin has.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
It's our final match of Thursday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is a meeting between Robert Thornton and Terry Jenkins. Before the break, Kevin Painter got the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 2. And so our final match, a meeting between 2 bona fide legends of the sport. 2 people that probably a lot of people in their mid to late 20s, early 30s, grew up watching at the highest level. Perhaps inspired by these 2
48.
players. Perhaps part of the reason why they're involved, maybe playing the sport, whether playing at vaults or things like that. These are 2 legends, 2 role models, and 2 people that have served this game with the utmost distinction. It's Robert Thornton, the former World Master, World Grand Prix champion, UK Open champion. Up against Terry Jenkins, the winner of 11 PDC titles over an illustrious career. A man who's played in 9 major finals on the telly.
99.
Legend is a word that is sometimes overstated in the realms of professional sport. But both of these players'
66.
careers do stem into legendhood.
You don't necessarily have to be a major champion to be a legend either. In sport.
123.
Just look at Colin Montgomery. Didn't win a major until he went to the seniors.
43.
But he did win the most European Tour Orders of Merit. And Rory McIlroy is still chasing that, showing
100.
you just how effective Montgomery was. As for Jenkins, he's won more PDC titles than most.
44. Tell you Carter,
But he hasn't
98.
won as many as Robert. 24 between them in their careers. Now we see another treble 18 shot, low in the 4s.
62.
Robert, your car 160.
Well, this is a synonymous shot for Thornton. Usually because he hits the double top first and it's the two trebles in a Grand Prix format.
85. Terry, your car
So it's
36.
2 18s for Terry.
Getting shot on the first leg, Terry
And
Jenkins.
no mistake whatsoever. The ball is just beginning to
Second leg, Terry to throw first. Game
see
on.
the red flag. Thornton might well be seeing the white flag come the end of the day.
This is a really interesting dynamic that we have with this game, because if Terry does win, he goes to 4 points with
81.
Painter, with Thornton, with Turner, and then there's only 4 points between top and bottom, which means everybody's still in this.
134.
But if Robert wins, he goes to 6 with Michael Huntley, albeit with a lesser leg difference. The best Robert can do now is third spot
44.
after day 1.
And this was after what was such a positive start. Thornton
44.
won each of his opening 2 games. But since then, since 2 good performances, he lost 4-1 to Michael Huntley, defeated 4-0 to Johnny Haynes. And yes, both players
82.
played decent stuff against them. Both players averaging 99 and 98 respectively against the Fawn, and both 4th and 6 on their doubles in that contest. There's also been a wane in the performance from the Scot. And we also know as well that history here dictates that when he plays a 5-game session, Robert Thornton's
84.
by and large weakest game is the one that culminates a session.
83.
3 types of dart players in this world when it comes to this format. People who get out of the traps, people who finish well, and people who are genuinely quite consistent from top to bottom.
140. Robert, your car 100.
He's looking high. Too high. And why,
36.
Robert?
Terry, your
Why?
car 70.
You're better off hitting a big 20 there than a big 16. Well, that's quite fortunate. That gives Terry single to double, or should I say double to double. 18 leaves 52. That leaves 28.
42.
If that had gone in, hand on heart, how many people
Robert,
have seen
your car
70 that way?
64.
None.
Well, Thornton in the end gets a reprieve, and the one
34.
dart he gets at tops whistles wide
Terry, your
into the
car
5.
28.
Should have had 2 darts at tops. Could he pay the price?
21.
Apparently not.
Robert, your car
My word,
30.
we've seen double 15 left a lot today.
It's the end thing. Oh, can he smudge away through the middle of that?
10. Terry, your car 7.
2-0. Double 2 to make it 2-zip.
Getting shot on the second
Double
leg,
2
Terry
is fouled,
Jenkins.
and Jenkins has breathing space in this contest.
Third leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Curiously, the last time Robert Thornton won a Players' Championship event, it was in 2014.
100.
Now, he would win another 2 PDC titles after that. The European Darts Open in 2015, as well as the World Grand Prix that year. But his last floor success in Wigan,
97.
in Players' Championship 8 of 2014, he beat Terry in the final. And what a final it was. 6-4 to Robert, and they both averaged around 106. If you think 105, 106 averages were just for the 2020s and beyond,
43.
think again. They were happening more than 10 years ago on the floor.
Everybody lost an average a ton on the floor about 10 years ago before Dart Connect was a thing.
140.
Allegedly.
I've got evidence of a game in 2014 when I lost to Taylor on the floor 6-3.
Robert car 161.
108. He had a 110. That happened an awful lot, though, if you ran it to Taylor.
45.
What, him beating you? Yes, we've seen it many times.
All right, steady on. How many times have you beaten him?
Hey, he's never beaten me, more to the point.
I'll make a call.
180. Robert car 116.
Still got an out. Bull.
83.
It's not looking good for Thornton at this point in time. It might be a congested table.
And he's just beginning to get a bit exasperated, isn't he? Jenkins takes out the double 16. He gets the double break. He goes 3-0 up. And
first. Game on.
oh, Robert. He shrugs his shoulders as to say, what more can I do? What more could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, just looking at the quarterfinalists of that Players' Championship 8 in 2014. You got Simon Whitlock in there. He's on tonight. Terry Jenkins and Robert Thornton are in this game. And you got Stephen Bunting, the other one, who succeeded in the quarters. And he's in the Premier League.
Yeah, one of 8 players to participate in the 17-week road show. Debuts for Jan van Veen and Josh Rook. Johnny Clayton returning to the fold in 2026. 55. Gets underway in Newcastle on February the 5th.
First week is Newcastle. And both of these players have played in the Premier League. As has
100.
Mr. Painter. So they've had that gift of playing in front of the Geordies and all of the other crowds as well. But there's no Scots 45. In the field this year, just like last year. I wonder who's going to be the next Scottish player to grace the Premier League, eh?
That's a really good question because
58.
If Gary Anderson wanted to, I think he would have snuck in this year. But outside of him, I think it's a very good question to ask because Peter Wright, as we know, is on a one-way direction, the wrong direction at the minute. And probably the next best hope after that would probably be Cameron Menzies right now.
42.
Jenkins is cantering here to a 4-0 victory, which could cause Robert Thornton all sorts of problems in his leg difference.
45.
If this is 4-0, Thornton goes to exactly the same points and leg difference as Kevin Painter all of a sudden.
.38 scored, 84 left for Jenkins.
98.
Oh, brilliant last start.
That has worked out pretty well indeed. Not a bad performance from Terry, but it looks like Robert has run out of steam on day 4.
2 trials to wrap it up for Zip. What an end to the day this has been for Terry Jenkins. He lost each of his first 3, but he's won his last 2 just to keep himself on the outskirts of contention. Both have got work to do tomorrow, but Terry Jenkins will be very happy with the way the day has ended. He's beaten Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 0, 4 for 9 on his doubles, average of 82. But overnight, it's Johnny Haynes, the player to beat. He's on 8 points. We'll have reaction and analysis to the day's play on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Haynes. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Well, we've had an eventful afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 15 matches in Group C at the Seniors Showdown. This is a run through of how the last 6 have gone. If you did miss any of the action today, you can head over to the Super Series YouTube channel where highlights will be available shortly. But the snippet of what we've seen has been a very good day for Johnny Haynes. He's won 4 out of 5 this afternoon, and he is top of the pile going into tomorrow afternoon. As you can see, 8 points for him. 4 wins out of 5. Michael Huntley in second position on 6, with Terry Jenkins, Martin Turner, Kevin Payton, Robert Thornton all on 4. After a couple of rounds of play, Robert Thornton was at the top of the table. Come the end of the session, he finds himself at the bottom and with work to do when it comes to Friday afternoon's action. The asset, Paul Nicholson, has been alongside me in commentary throughout the course of the afternoon, and we're going to round up what we have seen. And look, Johnny Haynes, before a dart was thrown, he was the big favourite to win this group with the odds compilers, and he's justified that this afternoon with some of his performances.
Yeah, he has. I don't think necessarily at times he was the best player, but overall, most definitely. Michael Huntley did play some good darts at times, but he was a bit up and down, whereas Johnny was more reliable. Sometimes the table does tell you fibs, but when you look at the day as a whole, Johnny was the best player. He was finding a lot of comfort out there because he's just in a really good vein of form. And when you've got that good feeling, you just got to go out there and get points. He had a bit of a stumble. He got straight back on the horse, and 4 wins from 5 is, I think, a very fair reflection on where he is.
And the key to it, perhaps unsurprisingly, was his power scoring throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, you look at how many times he's yielding at least a treble in the first 2 darts of a visit. That takes pressure off dart 3. And with the darts he's using, he's so familiar with them. He could probably pick them out of a box with a blindfold on because he's got that much familiarity with them. But they're so light and they don't bounce off each other with a great deal of deflection. So when he gets that good first dart, he's guaranteed pretty much to get at least 100 or a 140. Just in a great space at the minute.
Michael Huntley in second position in the table. After a slow start, some of these performances towards the tail end of the day were nothing short of spectacular.
Well, it was a slow start. You're talking about averages under 80, and you think it's going to be one of those days that you leave scratching your head. But come round 3, he snapped into gear, and he's averaging nearly 100 in a game, and you think, okay, this is the Michael Huntley that we know exists in Wales, but doesn't tend to transcend to other parts of the UK and beyond, because he is a predominantly domestic player. But when he's able to average nearly 100 on this stage in best of 7, we are starting to see glimpses of what he can do. And I'm really happy for Mike, because predominantly when he's been in this building, he's been someone who's been chasing going into day 2. He's not really chasing now. He's in a control position.
He's on 6 points. He's in second position. Everybody else in the table is on 4 points. Martin Turner's probably the player we want to put under the microscope, because it was somebody we thought, actually, when you look at this group, he's got a really good opportunity of making it through. Would he actually feel as if there's points perhaps left out there today?
100%. We saw him take out that 102 earlier today. That treble 14 is one of the best starts of the day because it was so much in the middle of the treble. Martin's got a great deal of experience, and you're obviously going to have experience if you're playing Senior Showdown, but he's got a lot of ability. He's been playing some of the best darts of his career in the last 2 years. So I'm surprised that he was toppled by some of these players who are maybe not in the same form as he is. So he'll feel like he's left at least 2 points out there, if not 4.
Terry Jenkins, slow start today. That was expected because he's not played too much competitively in recent times. But once he got going and once he started flowing, there was some really good stuff from him.
I think he got Thornton at the right time. In game 15, Robert is very empty in the fuel tank. So he's definitely got the right fixture at the right time there. But if you look at the way he was going through the day, he was starting to get better and his doubles were getting a bit sharper. He was definitely a bit rusty at the start. We saw that with a few wild darts high, left and right. But as the day went on, he was a little bit better and started to get more encouragement. So if he can get sharper a little bit sooner tomorrow afternoon, he's got a great chance.
For Robert Thornton, it was a superb start today. Won each of his opening 2, lost his last 3. But he did give us the big fish in and amongst it.
I don't think we get sick of 170 finishes now. I mean, I don't know how many we've had in 2026 already, but there was 17, I think it was, at the World Championship recently. But that was a particularly sweet one. You got one on the left-hand side of the 60, one on the right-hand side, and then a bullseye. It's a beautiful shot. But it did seem as if Robert tired as the day went on. That is something he's going to have to book tomorrow, because if that happens again, he's not going to qualify.
Halfway through the day's action here at the Live Lounge Report, so myself and Nico will be back tonight for Group B from 10 o'clock. And this is what we're going to be watching. Trina Gulliver, Paul Hogan and Simon Whitlock alongside Steve Weston, Neil Duff. On paper, do Duff and West go off the 2 favourites and maybe Whitlock just in behind?
Yeah, I think that's fair. West should be favourite because of his current form. Duff because of his wiliness and his capability in specials weeks and any week here at the Modus Super Series. He's got to follow. Whitlock, he's had a few, what is it, 2.5, 3 weeks off since playing at the World Championship against Connor Scott. So I'd be interested to see what kind of sharpness he's got coming into this. But I'd like to see Trina contend. Just be really interested to see what happens there. Because as usual, Paul Hogan is going to be the person that we don't really talk about. But he could be the one that explodes everything and puts everything right.
Right, we better go and get some food and get back for 10 o'clock. Right, I'll see you there. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV between now and then. Coming up next, we've got a special interactive challenge. It's called the Bullseye Only Challenge. It includes Andreas Harrison and Derek Goulson, 2 people that we're tipping to get tour cards in 2026. Then, of course, tonight we'll see Group B get underway. Tomorrow from 1, Group C will come to a close. And Richard Rowlands is the first player to have qualified through to finals night here at the Seniors Showdown. And he's going to be in action from 7:30 on Saturday evening. And then Gemma Hayter, the reigning Women's Week champion, is getting her title defence underway on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. She's hoping to be a little bit happier than she is in that picture there. But that's it from us. Johnny Haynes, the punk, well, he's rocking at the top of Group C. We'll see you tonight from 10. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!